Chapter 1520. But too much time has passed, and the rumors about the great emperors have become fainter and fainter. Not only have people in the outside world begun to doubt the existence of the great emperors, but even within Star Emperor Mountain, these people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the great emperors and want to break this rule in order to dominate Shadowed Star. 100 years ago, this queen was harmed by this traitor and had no choice but to leave Star Emperor Mountain and live in seclusion. That traitor was unwilling and tried to usurp the throne, right? Yang Kai sneered. Although Yi Shiyun didn't say it clearly, Yang Kai wasn't stupid and quickly understood the twists and turns of the story. And judging from the reactions of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect this time, that traitor has indeed done well. He has actually secretly subdued Chu Zheng and Fang Peng and forced them to work for him. I wonder what benefits he has promised them. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. It's inevitable, Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of which, when he first heard the rumors about the great emperors of Star Field, he didn't take them seriously. After all, every place had its own legends, and most of those legends were fabricated by people who had nothing to do with them. He used to think that the great emperors were just like that they weren't real existences. But later, as he came into contact with more and more things and learned more and more about them, he began to believe that the great emperors really existed and were not just legends or fabrications. That was until Yang Inflammation's memories were restored. Not only him, but countless people in Star Territory also thought so. Although Star Emperor Mountain was a remnant of Supreme Profound Sect, after tens of thousands of years, its original intentions had long since faded. Possessing the strength to dominate Shadowed Star, but developing in silence, even until the day she died of old age, no one knew of her existence. For Yi Shiyun, this was nothing, but for those with great ambitions, it was a torment. However, Star Emperor Mountain had strict rules, and anyone who violated the teachings of their ancestors would be killed without mercy. If one wanted to break these rules, they had to take control. One day, Yi Shiyun was driven away. I remember that you were poisoned a few years ago. At that time, it was Guqi who brought the Star Emperor token to Heavenly Fate City to ask for a detoxification pill. Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun thoughtfully. Yes, it was done by that person. Yi Shiyun nodded. After all, his position was not obtained legitimately, so as long as this queen was here, he would have to live in fear, spending 100 years to find out where I was living in seclusion and secretly poisoning me. It was quite difficult for him. Fortunately, Sect Master had a good pill. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, my cultivation would have dropped greatly. This time, I want to properly settle this debt with him. It's only right to take revenge. Yang Kai grinned. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair back behind her ear and said leisurely, in fact, it doesn't matter whether this queen is in that position or not, but that person has now betrayed the ancestors of Star Emperor Mountain, which is tantamount to betraying the great emperors. This is intolerable, so this queen must clean up the house on behalf of the ancestors. As she shouted, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too couldn't help shivering. How many masters does Star Emperor Mountain have? Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun chuckled and said, in fact, Star Emperor Mountain has never had many people. Although it occupies the best place on Shadowed Star, the total number of people in each generation is no more than 300. When this queen was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, the number was even fewer, a trivial 200. Now, it's probably the same number. 200? Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the others were dumbfounded. This number was really unexpected. Everyone knew that Star Emperor Mountain did not have many people, but no one had expected it to be so few. Could such a force really stand at the top of Shadowed Star's power pyramid? Sect Master, don't underestimate these 200 people. Of these 200, at least 80% are Origin Returning Realm Masters, and as many as 50 are Third Order. Moreover, Star Emperor Mountain also has several Origin King grade artifacts and Emperor artifacts. The combat power they can display cannot be underestimated, Yi Shiyun quickly exhorted. Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the Annihilation Thunderbead? The Annihilation Thunderbead is one of them, But although the Annihilation Thunder Bead is powerful, Sect Master has already taken a blow from it before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to face it again this time. As long as he can avoid a single blow, an Emperor artifact won't be of much use. If the strength of the person using it isn't high enough, an Emperor artifact won't be able to play much of a role, Yang Kai sighed. Last time, he had suffered a loss because he didn't know much about the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but if he faced it again now, he should be able to deal with it calmly. However, although he didn't care, Yang Kai didn't know if the starship could withstand a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. In addition to the Annihilation Thunder Bead, you need to be careful of the other 2 Origin King grade artifacts. Star Emperor Mountain originally had 3 Origin King grade artifacts, but the Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp was taken away by this queen, so there are only 2 left. A single great force possessing 3 Origin King grade artifacts was an incredible feat on Shadowed Star. Even Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union only had 1 Origin King grade artifact that could not be easily used. However, Heaven Battling Union's Origin King grade artifact had now been seized by Yang Kai and became his spoils of war. Next, Yi Shiyun described the power and appearance of the 2 Origin King grade artifacts of Star Emperor Mountain in detail while exhorting Yang Kai to be more careful. Yang Kai listened attentively. Overall, the strength of Star Emperor Mountain was far superior to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its numbers were extremely small, it had many high-end cultivator, with more than 50 Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters. Such a force was indeed enough to dominate Shadowed Star and sweep through any sect. Seeing his worries, Yi Shiyun smiled and said, "Sect Master doesn't need to worry too much. Although that person has been in control of Star Emperor Mountain for 100 years, his style of conduct is incompatible with Star Emperor Mountain's philosophy and may not be able to convince the masses. What's more, his status is not justified. Even if he has won over some people over the years, this queen still has her own supporters." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at her with great interest. Back in Star Emperor Mountain, many people had received grace from this queen, so they shouldn't have acted against this queen. Furthermore, for the past 100 years, they had all assumed that I had died, so they had tacitly accepted that person's position. But now, to tell you the truth, Sect Master, from the day I had emerged from my closed-door cultivation a few years ago, some people had secretly contacted me and wanted me to return to the Star King Mountain. It's just that I had not agreed. Such a thing happened? Yang Kai raised his brow. Now that things have reached this point, this queen has nothing to hide. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly. Since this queen was young, this queen was instilled with the idea that great emperors are supreme by her honored master. Now that this queen is able to serve the great emperors, there is naturally no need for her to return to Star Emperor Mountain to compete for some empty title. But since Sect Master intends to take action against Star Emperor Mountain, this queen will naturally play her part. Good, Yang Kai was extremely happy. Originally, Yang Kai had been considering whether or not to rely on the tyrannical power of the starship to level Star Emperor Mountain directly like before, but he wasn't confident he would succeed, so he was quite hesitant. Now, after hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. So, this queen would like to ask Sect Master to give me a few days to go to Star Emperor Mountain. Not everyone there wants to be an enemy of Sect Master. You decide, I'll wait for your good news, Yang Kai agreed. Yes, then this queen will set off immediately. Sect Master can take his time to catch up. Yi Shiyun was also a straightforward person, so after the discussion, she immediately set off for Star Emperor Mountain. A moment later, a beam of light shot out from the starship and sped straight towards Star Emperor Mountain. After Yi Shiyun left, the starship slowed down and began to descend at a leisurely pace. Since he had to wait for Yi Shiyun to deal with everything, Yang Kai naturally wasn't in a hurry and simply entered retreat. There were too many things he had to deal with now. The benefits he obtained from the Emperor Garden last time had yet to be fully digested. Whether it was comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture or the golden blood thread secret technique, both required a lot of time, not something he could achieve overnight. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed to take the life-revitalizing jade cream every day to accumulate the pure golden blood in his body in hopes that one day he would be able to replace all the blood in his body with pure golden blood. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art also required this. One thing after another, Yang Kai was extremely busy, so now that he had some free time, he naturally wouldn't waste it. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, because he had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi, his cultivation had reached the peak of the First Order Origin Returning Realm and could break through at any time. Yang Kai didn't dare to break through too frequently as that would cause his foundation to become unstable, so he had been suppressing it and not accumulating his Saint Chi, instead focusing on comprehending various secret techniques and alchemy knowledge. In this way, without breaking through, Yang Kai could still enhance his strength. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the sun's true essence and the other 5 elements' supreme treasures, arranged a spirit array, and began absorbing the pure energy from these 5 elements' supreme treasures to temper his physique. At the same time, he condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea and began comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. While multitasking, Yang Kai didn't find it troublesome at all and was instead extremely efficient. Time passed slowly, and it seemed like more than 10 days had passed, but also like a flash. Just as Yang Kai was immersed in his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, he suddenly noticed that someone was calling out to him with their divine sense. His brow furrowed, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his consciousness, put away his 5 elements supreme treasures, and walked out of his room. In a certain hall of the starship, many masters had gathered. Yi Shiyun also returned, but the atmosphere was slightly strange. Not only were there Qian Tong and the others in the hall, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. One of them was a dignified and beautiful woman with a dignified look on her face. To her left was a middle-aged scholar who looked gentle and refined, while to her other side was an old man who was thin but hale and hearty. All 3 of them were top masters in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, and judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from them, they seemed to be stronger than ordinary Origin Returning Realm masters. Even Qian Tong couldn't help showing a look of dread when he looked at these 3. Chapter 1521. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, all 3 cast their gazes towards him with a sense of scrutiny. Although none of them deliberately released any kind of power, the auras naturally exuded from these 3 were quite strong. If an ordinary Origin Returning Realm Master were to come here, they would likely find it difficult to even move. Yang Kai's footsteps also paused slightly, but soon he calmed down and walked in, treating this invisible pressure as nothing more than a gentle breeze. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of the 3's eyes as they clicked their tongues in wonder. They had followed Yi Shiyun here this time because they wanted to see what kind of person had the ability to make Yi Shiyun work for him. Now that they saw him, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was no small matter. This boy was a promising talent, the 3 secretly thought to themselves, but this alone was not enough to convince them. There were many young people with aptitude and talent, only those who could grow up would be considered capable. Yang Kai, on the other hand, glanced at Yi Shiyun suspiciously, not quite understanding what these 3 people were doing here. However, where they came from, Yang Kai could guess. Since they were able to come with Yi Shiyun, it seemed that this matter was quite promising. Sit down. Yang Kai smiled lightly, walked straight to the head of the table, and sat down before calmly cupping his fists to the 3. Junior Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. May I ask how to address 3 seniors? This old master is Yang Xiuzhu. This mistress is Lin Yu Rao. This one is Chu Han. The 3 introduced themselves. These 3 are all cornerstones of the sect and have a wide network of connections, Yi Shiyun interjected. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. Having a wide network of connections meant that as long as he could deal with these 3, he would be able to deal with many of Star Emperor Mountain's masters. Yi Shiyun's words had a deep meaning, something Yang Kai understood. Senior Yang and this junior actually share the same surname. No wonder this junior felt so close to senior even though it was the first time we met, as if he were my own senior. I hope senior will take care of me in the future, Yang Kai said with a smile. Yang Xiaozhu didn't have the slightest intention of agreeing with him. Even the beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao and the middle-aged scholar Chu Han-yi stared at him solemnly. Yang Kai was extremely embarrassed. Knowing that these three people were probably not people he could win over with just words, he immediately put away this thought and said with a serious expression, "Since the three seniors came with the great elder, then you must know what this sect master will do next. What do the three seniors think? What sect master Yang intends to do next?" These three old masters have already heard from sect master, but to be blunt, although sect master Yang has a tyrannical starship, he may not be able to defeat our sect. I wonder how sect master Yang plans to guard against the annihilation thunderbead? Yang Xiaozhu asked in a deep voice. Probably not. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although the attitude of this old man was not friendly, his vision was extremely sharp, and his words were sharp. The annihilation thunderbead's attack was exactly what Yang Kai was worried about. Although he had some confidence he could avoid it, the starship couldn't. The starship was simply too large, so once it was hit by the annihilation thunderbead, it would likely cause unimaginable damage. It was even possible it would be directly destroyed. This was the biggest trump card Yang Kai had relied on in the battle against Heaven Battling Union, but once he arrived at Star Emperor Mountain, it would be useless. Unless Yang Kai forced Star Emperor Mountain to use up the power of the annihilation thunderbead, the starship would not be able to reach Star Emperor Mountain. Since you can't defend against it, does Sect Master Yang think you can defeat our sect with the strength of your group? Our sect has stood on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years and is not so easy to deal with. Isn't Sect Master Yang looking down on our sect too much? Yang Xiaozhu coldly snorted, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Ha! Yang Kai didn't take this insult seriously and instead chuckled. Since Senior is so straightforward, let's not beat around the bush. This sect master just heard Senior refer to Great Elder as sect master, but as far as I know, the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain is someone else. It seems that in the minds of several seniors, our sect's Great Elder is the one everyone supports. Yang Xiaozhu nodded readily. Indeed. Ever since that bastard took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has been wantonly suppressing those who disobeyed him. Those who disobeyed him were all targeted. These past few years, the three of us have not been happy. We even have to go out and search for our own supplies, wasting a lot of time. Before, we thought Sect Master had already fallen, but now that we know Sect Master is still alive, we naturally have to follow Sect Master's lead. Your sincerity is commendable. This junior deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly. There's no need for pompous words. The reason why these three old men came here is because of Sect Master. It has nothing to do with you. I'll say the ugly words first. Even if you manage to convince these three old men, we won't help you directly. After all, no matter what their character is, they are all fellow Sect Masters. These three old men have not fought for a long time and are unwilling to be stained with blood, especially the blood of fellow Sect Masters. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han-yi also nodded in agreement. Then why did you come here? Yang Kai was stunned and his expression became unhappy. If Sect Master Yang can convince the three of us, out of respect for the Sect Master's face, we can help you to the best of our ability. Best of our ability? Yang Kai frowned. For example, convince some of our fellow Sect Masters not to become enemies with you. How many? Yang Kai raised his brow. About half. That's not bad. Yang Kai pondered. If half of these people didn't become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with half of them acting as a deterrent, the rest of them wouldn't dare act rashly. All of you grew up on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and are as close as brothers and sisters. Most of you adhere to the same ideals as Sect Master, but only a few of you are truly disloyal. So, with the help of this old master and others, coupled with Sect Master's former prestige, Sect Master Yang may not necessarily have no hope of success this time, Yang Xiaozhu said. And what you say makes sense. What should I do to convince you? Yang Kai looked at the three old men. You'll have to ask Sect Master Yang himself. The beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao smiled. Understood, Yang Kai gently nodded, frowning as he pondered. From Yi Shiyun's previous descriptions and this time's contact, Yang Kai could tell that many of the people on Star Emperor Mountain were detached from worldly affairs. They had lived on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and had little contact with the outside world. Because they had been instilled with the ideals and environment they grew up in, such people didn't have much greed. So, if Yang Kai wanted to convince them wealth was probably useless, he had to cater to their tastes. Moreover, his proposal couldn't endanger the others on Star Emperor Mountain, otherwise, it would definitely arouse their disgust. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled and his eyes filled with confidence. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's demeanor, Yang Xiuzhu and the others couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they immediately focused their attention on him. The three of you are already masters at the peak of the origin returning realm, so have you not thought about advancing further on the martial Dao? Yang Kai looked at the three with a smile. Advancing further? Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and eagerly asked, "Do you have a way?" There was no cultivator who didn't want to rise on the martial Dao. Since they had chosen this path, they would continue to move forward and enjoy better scenery. No one was willing to remain stagnant. Junior naturally doesn't have the ability to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star's world principles, but as 3 seniors can see, Junior has an Origin King grade starship. I won't hide it from 3 seniors. After this matter is over, Junior is preparing to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai said unhurriedly. A long voyage? Yang Xiuzhu and the others' eyes lit up as they immediately understood. You mean, N. Since Shadowed Star's world principles have shackles, Junior can simply leave this place. This Junior isn't being arrogant, but I think that with the quality of an Origin King grade starship, a long voyage shouldn't be a problem. I have also invited Elder Qian and City Lord Fei of Shadow Moon Hall, as well as the people from Clear Sky Sect. If 3 seniors are interested, they can accompany me. Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked excited and seemed to be on the verge of agreeing. Success! Yang Kai grinned. But soon he found that something was wrong. The emotions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others calmed down extremely quickly as they secretly frowned and wore somewhat guilty looks. Are 3 seniors not satisfied with this proposal? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiuzhu glanced at him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Such a good thing, presumably no third-order origin returning realm cultivator would refuse, so this offer is naturally unimaginable to this old master. However, if this old master and the others really agreed to Sect Master Yang's request because of this condition, we would become sinners who sold out our sect for glory. I hope Sect Master Yang can understand that we cannot agree to help you with this proposal. Stubborn old fools. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. At this time, this old fogey was actually still thinking about his fellow sect members. To some extent, Yang Kai admired this old man's character, but from the perspective of his own interests and goals, this old man was a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, he had prepared more than one proposal. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai quickly said, I heard Great Elder say before that Star Emperor Mountain is a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. I won't hide it from the 3 of you. The place where my High Heaven sect is now located is none other than the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect. Hearing this, Yang Xiuzhu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed heavily. He didn't have the ability to take back the foundation of his ancestors, and now that it was occupied by others, he naturally had nothing to say, nor was he in any position to criticize Yang Kai. What does Sect Master Yang mean by saying this? Chu Han Yi frowned. What if I say that after this matter is settled, all of Star Emperor Mountain's people can return to Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai grinned. Since you have adhered to the teachings of your ancestors for tens of thousands of years, you must also want to return to your ancestral land to take a look, right? I can satisfy this wish of yours, and not only that, you can all live there in the future, in the place where your ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago, breathe the air your ancestors once breathed, and enjoy the scenery your ancestors once saw. That place is where Great Elder Lien once lived, so perhaps there are other mysteries to it. Chapter 1522. Inside the hall, Yang Kai's expression was calm while Yang Xiaozhu and the others looked excited. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when the remnants of Supreme Profound Sect had been forced to move out of the Lu Yen sand field, every generation dreamed of returning to their ancestral land one day, but the natural barrier of Lu Yen sand field made them feel helpless. Now, Yang Kai's proposal had scratched the itch of Yang Xiaozhu and the others. If it were someone from another great force, perhaps they would not be interested in such a proposal. The foundation of their ancestors was their ancestors, and after tens of thousands of years, their sect had developed well and even changed its name, so why bother returning to their ancestral land? But for the people of Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was somewhat different. Because of their beliefs, they all worshipped the great emperors. Supreme Profound Sect was a sect supported by the great emperors, a place where the great emperors once resided. Star Emperor Mountain, which was later established, could not be compared to Supreme Profound Sect at all. The ancestral land represented not only respect for their ancestors, but also worship of the great emperors. There was no Star Emperor Mountain cultivator who did not want to return to their ancestral land and pay homage to the former home of the great emperors. Yang Kai's proposal was exactly what Yang Xiaozhu and the others wanted. It could be said that this proposal was even more attractive than the first one. The first one was only aimed at the three of them, but this one was aimed at everyone. The three looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Good, now that Senior Yi is also my High Heaven Sect's great elder, and since you are all remnants of Supreme Profound Sect, it is not a problem for you to enter and live there. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you afraid the guests will force their way in and lead a wolf into the house? Yang Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai with sharp eyes and asked sharply. Senior must be joking, not to mention that great elder is there, so you won't do such a thing, just the character of several seniors is something this junior believes in. None of you are people who pursue fame and fortune, so I have nothing to worry about. Boy, you're quite straightforward. Yang Xiaozhu shouted. Good, this old man and the others agree to your conditions and help you succeed. However, we must agree in advance that if my Star Emperor Mountain fellow disciples really head to the ancestral land, I must ask Sect Master Yang to allocate a separate territory for us to live in. We will not join High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master Yang understands. You're not joining? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he secretly cursed this old man. He had tried so hard to win over Star Emperor Mountain's ancestral land in order to merge the many masters of Star Emperor Mountain into High Heaven Sect, but he had not expected the other party to see through it at a glance and even state his conditions in advance. This made him very unhappy. A single mountain could not accommodate two tigers, so although Yang Kai was not worried that they would really harm High Heaven Sect, there were so many origin-returning realm masters on Star Emperor Mountain that they could not use for their own purposes. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If that were the case, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be friction and conflict between them over time. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Good, since Senior has said so, Junior naturally has no reason to refuse, but it's a pity. What's a pity? Yang Xiaozhu knew that Yang Kai was probably playing hard to get, but he was still intrigued and looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. Yang Kai chuckled. I was just thinking that if you can join High Heaven Sect in time, you may have a chance to meet the great emperors, but if it's just a separate territory for you, that's what? Yang Xiaozhu was shocked while Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han Yi's eyes also lit up. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu Rao leaned forward slightly. Didn't Great Elder tell you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Shiyun, deliberately mystifying her. Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, understanding Yang Kai's intentions, but she didn't try to undermine him, simply smiling and saying, It's a matter of great importance, this queen didn't dare mention it. And, that's true, this kind of thing really can't be said casually, the fewer people who know the better. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Sect Master Yang, what you just said, what did you mean? Yang Xiaozhu asked eagerly, a look of anxiety on his face. Why does it sound like you're saying that the great emperors are currently in High Heaven Sect? When he said this, even he was taken aback and quickly shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Senior is right, the great emperors are indeed in high heaven sect today. Yang Kai grinned. How is that possible? Yang Xiuzhu and the others suddenly stood up, their bodies trembling, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Junior has no need to deceive the three of you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Great Elder, Yang Kai gestured. The three of them turned their eyes to Yi Shiyun, the latter nodding gently. Yang Xiuzhu was stunned. This news was so shocking that it felt like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer had slammed into his head, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to recover for a long time. After all, the great emperors were powerful masters that only existed in legends. Although Yang Xiuzhu and the others had always believed that the great emperors were still alive and were simply sleeping in some secret place, in the end, this was only a belief. When a belief became a reality, even if one believed in it, there would still be moments of doubt. It was a kind of fear that one's hopes would turn into disappointment. Do you have proof? Lin Yurao asked. What evidence do you have to prove this? Even with Great Elder's guarantee, we don't dare believe it so easily. Please show us proof, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiuzhu and Chu Han-yi also recovered and nodded. What kind of proof do you want? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Anything is fine, as long as you can prove this matter. If it is true, this old master and the others agree to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Xiuzhu shouted ferociously, a look of determination on his face that if Yang Kai didn't show him proof, he wouldn't give up. Was joining High Heaven Sect a grievance for them? If this was the case, not to mention Yang Kai not trying to win them over, even if they had to beg their grandparents, they would still join. Not to mention whether I have proof or not, even if I did, would you be able to recognize it if I took it out? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Whether we can recognize it or not, this old master and the others can judge for themselves, but if Sect Master Yang is just spouting nonsense, this old master will not forgive you. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hadn't expected things to develop like this. At this moment, even if he was asked to take out proof, he was powerless to do so. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind and he laughed loudly. Since that's the case, please watch carefully. As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly appeared in his palm and he raised it high. A monarch aura was unleashed. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at it. A moment later, Yang Xiuzhu exclaimed, Star Emperor token. It's actually a Star Emperor token. It wasn't that he had never seen a Star Emperor token before. Star Emperor Mountain used to have 2 Star Emperor tokens. One was a symbol of the great emperors and was enshrined on Sky Transcendence Peak, where it was worshipped by all of Star Emperor Mountain. The other was a symbol of the identity of the Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain and was held by the Sect Master. But now, Star Emperor Mountain only had 1 Star Emperor token left. The second one had been taken away by Yi Shiyun and had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Xiuzhu had visited Sky Transcendence Peak many times to worship the great emperors, so he was naturally no stranger to Star Emperor tokens. However, the Star Emperor tokens he had seen were all existences that had already released their power. The one in Yang Kai's hands, however, was completely intact. In other words, it still contained a divine technique of the great emperors, a legendary divine technique that could easily kill an origin king. Yang Xiuzhu's trio's eyes trembled violently. Even Yi Shiyun wore a dignified expression. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too both stared at this scene with wide eyes. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually possess such a heaven-defying treasure. With this token, he could easily wipe out the entire Star Emperor Mountain and even unify Shadowed Star without a problem. Shocked, the expressions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others became extremely frightened, all of them worried that if they forced Yang Kai into a corner and he really used this thing to deal with Star Emperor Mountain, none of their 200 fellow sect members would be able to survive. This Star Emperor token was personally handed to me by the great emperors. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It was you who insisted on seeing proof before I took it out. Right, in addition to this thing, there is also a secret the great emperors told me. I don't know if it can prove my previous words. Please speak, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiuzhu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even his demeanor becoming much more respectful. The great emperors said that the current Lu Yen sand field is just an emperor artifact, the 3 blazing flame rings. Everyone here is old, and some of the younger generation have probably been to the Lu Yen sand field before and know that there are 3 flame zones inside. And these 3 flame zones are the 3 flame rings of an emperor artifact. As for the disappearance of the first flame ring a few days ago, it was because the great emperors took action to collect it. Everyone's jaws dropped. How could they have ever heard of such a sensational secret? Even Yi Shiyun did not know that the Lu Yen sand field was actually an emperor artifact, causing her beautiful eyes to shine brilliantly. However, the 3 blazing flame rings were indeed recorded in the ancient records of the sect. It was rumored that they were the most important artifacts of the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not impossible for an artifact to transform into a restricted area on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Yang said, the disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone was because the great emperors personally collected one of the flame rings? Yang Xiuzhu asked in a trembling voice. This sect master saw it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone present understood how terrifying the flame layer flame zone was. Before the opening of the Lu Yen sand field, anyone who dared to venture into it would die without a complete corpse, even if they were a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone had caused an uproar on Shadowed Star, but no one knew what had happened to cause such a change in the Lu Yen sand field. Immediately afterwards, High Heaven sect entered it. Now, with Yang Kai here, they had obtained an answer. It was difficult not to believe. Throughout the entire territory of Shadowed Star, besides the great emperors, who else had such ability? For a time, Yang Xiuzhu and the others believed about 80% of Yang Kai's words, while the remaining 20% was due to their own cautiousness. Dare I ask? Sect Master Yang's relationship with the great emperors is. Lin Yusu's eyes flashed brilliantly as she asked cautiously. If I said we were close friends, would you believe me? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Yang Xiuzhu's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. Chapter 1523. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew that he had given them enough information. If he continued, these people would likely go crazy on the spot, so he put away the Star Emperor token and slowly said, several seniors, I think I have proven myself, so several seniors should also make a choice. Yang Xiuzhu and the others glanced at each other for a moment before seemingly reaching some kind of consensus and cupping their fists. Subordinates greet Sect Master. Yang Kai had indeed proven himself. Whether it was the Star Emperor token that sealed the Great Emperor's divine technique or the secrets of the 3 blazing flame rings and Lu Yen sand field, none of these were things that ordinary people could obtain or know, especially the secrets of the Star Emperor token. Only the Great Emperors could know about them. After all, even Yi Shiyun didn't know about them. Moreover, Yang Xiuzhu and the others were convinced that with Yi Shiyun's character, she wouldn't deceive them. When Yi Shiyun made her guarantee, they had already begun to believe her, but this was a matter of great importance, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Now that they knew that the great emperors were in High Heaven sect, how could they refuse to join? Being able to stay in the same sect as the great emperors and live in the same world as them was an honor they could not ask for more. Good. Yang Kai laughed happily before waving his hand and shouting heroically, who brought good wine? Bring out a few jars. This sect master wants to have a drink with these 3 seniors. Yang Xiuzhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand slightly. We appreciate sect master's kindness, but we are not good at drinking, so we hope sect master will forgive us. Moreover, this matter has not yet been accomplished, so if you really want a drink, we might as well wait until the day we succeed. Sect master, these 3 are all cultivators and are not good at drinking, Yi Shiyun also said from the side. Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. If that's the case, then forget it. 3 seniors are not only indifferent to fame and fortune, but are also not greedy for food. Junior admires you greatly. Sect Master is too kind. Yang Xiuzhu smiled modestly. However, there is one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Sect Master, please speak. The three of us will tell you everything we know. Yang Xiaozhu gestured with his hand. I want to know why the Star King Mountain suddenly attacked me. Is it because of my sect's battleship? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Since the three of you are from Star King Mountain, you must have heard some rumors. If you can clear this little one's doubts, this little one will be eternally grateful. Yang Kai could understand why Heaven-battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had attacked him. After all, whether it was the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain or the opening of the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect had some disagreements with these two sects. Moreover, the rapid rise of High Heaven sect had indeed threatened their status. If they really wanted to make a move, there was a reason behind it. Why did the Star King Mountain do this? He had no relationship with Star King Mountain at all. So Yang Kai could only think of the saying, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Sect Master is right, it is indeed because of this Origin King grade battleship. This Origin King grade battleship carries great hope, so no great force would not want to take it for themselves. Star King Mountain is naturally no exception. Having said so, Yang Xiaozhu glanced at Yi Shiyun and continued, if the sect master continued to be in charge of the sect, I'm afraid this would not have happened, but that thief is different. However what? Yang Kai raised his brow. This battleship is just one of the reasons. And the second? According to the news this old master has occasionally heard, the second reason is the great emperors and the ancestral land, Yang Xiaozhu said solemnly. The great emperors and the ancestral land? Yang Kai frowned. Indeed. The supreme profound sect ruins occupied by High Heaven sect are where the great emperors once stayed. As sect master said before, perhaps there is another mystery there. That thief who is now in charge of the sect naturally wants to take a look, but he doesn't know how to enter the Lu Yen sand field, but since High Heaven sect can enter, you must have a way. That thief must be scheming to do so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. It seemed that the words he had casually spoken just now in order to win them over had really hit the nail on the head. No wonder Yang Xiaozhu and the others had agreed so readily. It seemed that not only did that thief suspect there was another mystery in the ancestral land, but even Yang Xiaozhu and the others also thought so. It was just a pity, there was indeed a mystery, but that was the place where the great emperors slept. Besides Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai, it was likely no one could approach it. Whether it was because of the starship or the groundless mystery, in the final analysis, it was because of the Origin King realm. The suppression and restraint of world principles caused people to have an infinite desire for a higher realm, but the starship and the groundless mystery provided hope, so Star Emperor Mountain naturally coveted it. Now that this old master and the others are helping Sect Master, I presume that the thief is powerless to reverse the situation. However, Sect Master, you must also be careful of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Us conservatives aren't very important in the sect, so we can't come into contact with the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Otherwise, we would have taken it for Sect Master, so Sect Master wouldn't have to worry about it, Yang Xiaozhu said with an ashamed expression. Senior is too kind. It's just an artifact. This Sect Master has his own countermeasures. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Good. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said, right, there is one more thing Sect Master must keep in mind. Please speak, Senior. That thief seems to have been cultivating some kind of secret technique for the past several dozen years. Subordinates are incompetent and do not know what he is cultivating for the time being, but for him to spend so much time on it, it must be an extraordinary secret technique. If you really encounter him, Sect Master must protect himself first, Yang Xiaozhu said seriously. I'll remember, Yang Kai said solemnly. Good, since that's the case, the three of us will take our leave and return to the sect to help Sect Master plan. Sect Master can wait here for news from us before taking action. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. After Yang Xiaozhu and the others returned the courtesy, they quickly left. Inside the hall, Yang Kai was overjoyed, secretly feeling that with Yang Xiuzhu and the others cooperating with him, success was in sight. However, he didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was difficult to guarantee that Star Emperor Mountain wouldn't play some tricks at a critical moment. Sect Master, this queen will also take her leave, Yi Shiyun said before taking her leave. Immediately, only Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Zhitu remained in the hall. Elder Qian and City Lord Fei both stared at Yang Kai with strange looks on their faces. What do the two of you want to say? Yang Kai glanced at them. Ahem. Qian Tong coughed lightly and asked earnestly, Yang Kai, just now you said that the great emperors are in High Heaven sect. Is this news true or false? Qian Tong still couldn't believe this shocking news. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Kai, but this was simply too shocking. What does Elder Qian think? Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked mysteriously. How should I know? It's precisely because I don't know that I'm asking you. Qian Tong was speechless. Ha, Yang Kai laughed heartily. Fei Zhitu said, if that's the case, then this old master will also join High Heaven sect. Old Fei? Qian Tong looked at him in amazement. What about me? In any case, this old master is just an idle city lord. Shadow Moon Hall doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. If I can really join the sect of the great emperors, it will be this old Fei's honor. Fei Zhitu snorted. City Lord Fei is too kind. Please don't mention this matter again, otherwise, this junior is afraid the old temple master will go all out against this junior. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Seeing that Qian Tong was also interested, Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. He would be happy to win over Yang Xiuzhu and the others, but he didn't want to poach them from Shadow Moon Hall. Not only did High Heaven sect have few disciples now, but it also lacked high-end combat power. There were only a few origin returning realm masters, and 90% of them were in the First Order. Even Yang Kai himself was in this realm. Only Yi Shiyun was able to shoulder the burden of this situation. If he could win over Star Emperor Mountain's people, the situation would be different. At that time, High Heaven sect would likely become a top force on Shadowed Star. Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union were no more, so only Star Emperor Mountain stood in front of High Heaven sect. After wiping it out, High Heaven sect's position as leader would be indisputable. This would be of great benefit to High Heaven sect's future development. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to throw out the Star Emperor token and expose the existence of the Great Emperors. He was very envious of Yang Xiuzhu and the others. This group of people were all hardworking cultivators who did not seek fame or fortune, and their hearts were pure and without too much intrigue. Once they joined High Heaven sect, they would become the cornerstone of the entire sect. The actions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others were extremely fast and efficient. In just 2 days, Yi Shiyun had received a message from them. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately ordered the starship to set sail for Star Emperor Mountain. Star Emperor Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range with a rich world energy aura that was shrouded in fog all year round. Looking at it from a distance, it was as if it did not belong to this world. Supreme Profound Sect's descendant had chosen this place to recuperate, so their vision was quite good. The people of Star Emperor Mountain did not often act outside and did not intervene in the outside world's grievances, instead focusing on self-development, but no one dared to underestimate it. Among the lowest cultivator, perhaps not many people knew of its existence. Those who were familiar with it were Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, Shadow Moon Hall, and other first-class sects. However, among these first-class sects, there was still Star Emperor Mountain that they had to look up to. For tens of thousands of years, Star Emperor Mountain had been the symbol of the highest force on Shadowed Star, and no outsider had ever dared to set foot within 100,000 kilometers of it. But today, High Heaven sect's starship had arrived valiantly and without the slightest pause, rushed straight into the heart of the mountain. At the same time, on Open Cloud's peak, a crowd had gathered. 80% of the cultivator population of Star Emperor Mountain had gathered here. Except for some who were in secluded retreat or cultivating some kind of secret technique that should not be disturbed, all the other cultivator were present. There weren't many, only 200. But if one looked carefully, the lineup of these 200 people was enough to shock anyone. Of these 200 people, more than 150 were origin-returning realm masters, with 40 of them being third-order origin-returning realm masters. As for those below the origin-returning realm, there were only a few dozen. Chapter 1524. No great force would ever have such a disparity in numbers. Although low-end cultivators were not strong, they were the future hope of every sect, so whether it was Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect, or Shadow Moon Hall's Colored Glass sect, they had always had a large number of low-level cultivators and few high-level cultivators. But here on Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was reversed. The reason for this was because of the strict recruitment requirements. The threshold to enter the Star King Mountain was so high that it was hard to imagine. One had to have the most outstanding aptitude, and there was also a limit to one's age. The majority of people were brought to the Star King Mountain when they were under the age of 10. This age was the most suitable for instilling some ideas, which was why the people of the Star King Mountain respected the great emperors. Because in the process of growing up, they were taught this concept by the older generation. But once they joined Star Emperor Mountain, they would enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation resources. Star Emperor Mountain would use all the resources of the sect to pave the way for their disciples' cultivation. They had to break through to the origin-returning realm before the age of 40. If they failed to do so, their cultivation would be abolished and they would be expelled from Star Emperor Mountain. The rules were cruel, but the effect was remarkable. As a result, the cultivation speed of the cultivator who entered Star Emperor Mountain was extremely fast, which was why so many origin-returning realm masters had emerged. Chu Chang Feng, Feng Tianzhong, Wei Gucheng, these rising stars of Shadowed Star, which one of them did not break through at around this age. Even Yang Kai was the same. However, after a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, their appearance would age extremely slowly, so everyone looked younger. Yang Kai joined High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, and looking back now, it had been 20 or 30 years. Today, he was only a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator. It could be said that any cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain was an existence comparable to Chu Chang Feng, Feng Tianzhong, and the others. Moreover, because Star Emperor Mountain had existed since ancient times, it had countless top-grade secret arts and secret techniques, so among cultivators in the same realm, the combat power of Star Emperor Mountain's disciples was generally higher. Once a disciple broke through to the origin-returning realm before the age of 40, they would be able to leave the mountain to temper their mental state. Of course, they would also have to remain incognito. The reason why the ancient Yang sect was destroyed by Star Emperor Mountain 1,000 years ago was because the disciples who had left the sect for life experience were killed by the ancient Yang sect. Due to various reasons, the number of middle and high-level cultivators in Star King Mountain was unusually high. On the contrary, the number of lower-level disciples was low. Among these low-level disciples, their cultivations were uneven, but each one of them looked young and immature. The youngest one had just joined Star King Mountain 2 years ago and was only about 11 years old, but he was already a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, just one step away from Yuan Qi boundary. This was unimaginable in any other sect. Perhaps Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect could cultivate such a talent, but in the end, such a talent was extremely rare. Star Emperor Mountain, on the other hand, was a common occurrence. When Yang Kai was at this age, he hadn't even started martial arts. Now, these 200 people had gathered at Caching Cloud's peak. Although there were many of them, it was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something quietly, their expressions solemn. At the head of this group was Yang Xiuzhu and his 2 companions. While waiting, the 3 of them exchanged glances and exchanged divine sense messages, as if they were discussing something. After a long time, someone in the crowd asked, "Brother Yang, didn't you say Sect Master had something important to announce? Why have we been waiting here for so long yet we still haven't seen Sect Master? This old master still has to go back into retreat to cultivate his shocking wave secret art. There is no time to waste." "That's right, Brother Yang, you said Sect Master had something important to tell us. This old woman just came out of her secluded home and her furnace of blue dragon pills is almost ready. If we delay any longer, can you compensate this old woman for her losses? Another old woman shouted impatiently. With these two taking the lead, the others also began to clamor. Most of these people were in closed-door cultivation in their own abodes all year round. They either cultivated cultivation techniques or studied the Tao of equipment refinement and pill refinement. They usually didn't leave the abode, and it was even rarer for so many people to gather together. 2 days ago, Yang Xiaozhu, Lin Yu Rao, and Chu Han Yi had sent a message saying the sect master had summoned them and had something to discuss. Although the three of them were not in any important positions in the sect, their reputation was still there, so now that they had sent a message together, naturally not many people dared to ignore them. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the sect master, so it was no wonder they were complaining. Everyone, please don't be impatient, just wait a moment. Yang Xiaozhu shouted and looked up at the horizon, but he still didn't see what he was waiting for. How long do we have to wait? The old woman looked displeased as she coldly snorted, slamming the cane in her hand into the ground. I'll say this first, this old woman will give you face and wait a stick of incense worth of time. After that time, if sect master does not appear, this old woman will leave. Don't blame this old woman for not notifying you in advance. Someone echoed, but soon they became puzzled. Brother Yang, when did your relationship with the sect master become so good? Why do you even need to convey his orders? Isn't this kind of thing always done by Elder Bai? He vaguely remembered that Yang Xiaozhu and the sect master weren't on good terms. Yang Xiaozhu, you're quite bold. An angry shout suddenly came from the distance, and along with it, a red light shot out. A moment later, this red light landed in front of everyone, revealing 3 figures. Yang Xiaozhu narrowed his eyes as he stared at this newcomer, a faint trace of fear flashing across his eyes. This was an old man with white hair wearing a brown robe. His expression was dignified, and the powerful aura and Saint Qi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly indicated that he was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This old man was the one who had attacked him with the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Elder Bai. Seeing this old man appear, many people in the crowd bowed and saluted. Bai Shi held the position of Great Elder in Star Emperor Mountain, and although many people here had the same cultivation as him, in the end, he had a much higher status and was a trusted aide of the sect master, so naturally they had to take the initiative to greet him. However, seeing Bai Shi's overbearing appearance, everyone was puzzled. They did not know why Bai Shi was angry. Yang Xiaozhu, I haven't seen you for a few months, yet your courage has grown. You actually dare to falsify the sect master's orders? How should I punish you? Bai Shi glared fiercely at Yang Xiaozhu and shouted, What? Falsifying the sect master's orders? Exclamations came from the crowd, and for a time, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Xiaozhu and the other two, their faces filled with disbelief. This kind of thing had never happened in Star Emperor Mountain before. Every disciple of Star Emperor Mountain was like a brother or sister to each other, so there were very few disputes and grievances between them. But now, why was Yang Xiaozhu willing to risk universal condemnation and falsify the sect master's orders? What did he want to do? Bai Shi was a trusted aide of the sect master, so since he said it was false, it couldn't be wrong. This old master falsified the sect master's orders? Yang Xiaozhu looked at the menacing Bai Shi and sneered, This old master isn't so bold as to disregard the ancestors' teachings. Throughout Star Emperor Mountain, the sect master reigns supreme. This old master is aware of this, but if anyone dares to offend him, the entire mountain's disciples will join hands to kill them. It's good that you know. Bai Shi also sneered. This Bai met the sect master just a cup of tea's time ago and rushed here from his place. If he had issued such an order, how could this Bai not know? Because you don't need to know. Before Yang Xiaozhu could answer, a tender shout suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman wearing a palace robe suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the air, her pair of phoenix eyes as cold as ice as she looked down at the group below. She turned around abruptly, and after seeing who it was, his face turned pale with fright as he called out, "Sect Master Yi! Senior Sister Yi! It's actually Senior Sister Yi. Impossible! Didn't Senior Sister Yi die a long time ago? Could it be that this old master's eyes are blurred due to his old age? Is it Senior Sister Yi? It's you, right?" The old woman who had been talking to Yang Xiuzhu before suddenly stepped forward, her body trembling slightly as she stared at Yi Shiyun in a daze, a look of surprise and confusion appearing on her face. Yi Shiyun looked over at her and smiled. "After not seeing you for 100 years, junior sister Xinlan seems to have aged a lot." Su Xinlan shuddered as tears filled her eyes, but she still let out a joyful laugh. "Senior sister Ye's style is even more magnificent than before. Junior sister never expected that in her lifetime, she would be fortunate enough to see senior sister's graceful bearing. I was harmed by someone and had to live in seclusion for 100 years. Junior sister must be worried," Yi Shiyun said softly. "Harmed by someone? Who would dare harm you?" Su Xinlan suddenly roared, like a poisonous snake that was hissing viciously. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said with a gloomy expression, "Could it be N?" Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "This queen has returned to settle old accounts and clean up the sect." "Good." Su Xinlan grit her teeth and shouted, "Count junior sister in. Even if junior sister dies, she must bite off a piece of that beast's flesh." While the two were talking, the more than 200 cultivators on Open Cloud's Peak had already begun to think. Most of these people had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round and had never heard of Yi Shiyun's return, her participation in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, or her joining High Heaven sect, but now that the situation had become clear, none of them were fools. After thinking about it for a while, they somewhat understood the cause and effect of the matter. Even if they couldn't understand everything, it wasn't a problem for them to guess most of it. Plotting against the former sect master, forcing her to leave Star Emperor Mountain and usurping the throne was a heinous crime. This was unforgivable on Star Emperor Mountain. What's more, many of these 200 cultivators had been informed in advance by Yang Xiuzhu that there would be such a big show today. Now that Yi Shiyun had returned, they were naturally overjoyed. All of them had more or less received Yi Shiyun's kindness in the past. When Yi Shiyun was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, their living and cultivation environment was much better than it was now, but since Yi Shiyun's disappearance, the treatment they received had been reduced. Comparing the two, everyone naturally hoped that Yi Shiyun would return to power. Moreover, this was perfectly justifiable. 100 years ago, Yi Shiyun was already the strongest master on Shadowed Star, and now that 100 years had passed, her strength had only grown, so if she didn't take power, who would? Even Yang Xiuzhu and the others were inferior in front of Yi Shiyun. Chapter 1525. On Opening Cloud's Peak, Yi Shiyun stood proudly as more than 200 Star Emperor Mountain disciples looked up at her. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two exchanged a glance and felt that the time was right, so they quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Subordinates, welcome sect master back to the mountain. Subordinates, welcome sect master back to the mountain." Those who had been greeted by Yang Xiuzhu and the others in advance also shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. The rest of the people glanced around for a moment before quickly bowing. Most of these people had no opinion on who became sect master, neither favoring Yi Shiyun nor the current sect master. They were the kind of people who didn't want to cause trouble, so now that the general trend was irresistible, they naturally had to go with the flow. Bai Shi and the other two who had rushed over earlier were now in a panic. Their faces were ashen, and they had never looked so ugly before. Bai Shi. Yang Xiuzhu shouted, "Sect master is here, why haven't you knelt yet?" "She is not the sect master, the sect master is someone else now, why should this old master kowtow to her?" Bai Shi coldly snorted. He was also a wise old man and knew that the current sect master, who had worked hard for over 100 years, still didn't have much of a foundation. On the contrary, Yi Shiyun, who had only reappeared after 100 years, had completely destroyed the current sect master's foundation. The current sect master's prestige seemed laughable at this moment. On one hand, it was naturally because Yi Shiyun herself was a person of virtue and prestige, but on the other hand, it was because the current sect master's position had been usurped, a despicable act of betrayal. Whether it was in terms of righteousness or ancestral teachings, the current sect master could not stand firm. Shi sized up the situation and knew that even if he surrendered now, it would be useless. He was afraid that after Yi Shiyun dealt with the current sect master, he would be the next one to be killed. That was why he refused to surrender. Stubborn fool. Yang Xiaozhu slowly got up, his eyes as cold as a blade as he stared at Bai Shi, a cold murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han Yi also moved at this moment, but before anyone could see what they were doing, they suddenly appeared on either side of Bai Shi, surrounding him in a pincer attack, not giving him a chance to escape. Bai Shi, cripple your own cultivation. According to the ancestral teachings, Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Since you and I have been fellow disciples for so many years, I will give you a chance to end your own life. Yang Xiaozhu coldly looked at Bai Shi. You want this Bai to cripple his own cultivation? Bai Shi laughed. Yang Xiaozhu, are you still dreaming? Since our ancestors have instructed us not to kill each other, I want to see what you can do to me. He had a fearless look on his face and was immensely proud of himself. Yang Xiaozhu frowned and his expression turned cold. A few days ago, the reason why he had agreed to help Yang Kai, but he would not participate in the battle, and would not stain his hands with the blood of his fellow disciples, was precisely because of this restriction. Now that Bai Shi was behaving like a rascal, it really put him in a difficult position. Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are indeed not allowed to kill each other, but this queen is now High Heaven Sect's great elder, so dealing with you shouldn't be a problem. Yi Shiyun coldly snorted as she stretched out her jade-white palm and gently pressed it downwards. This palm strike was light and ethereal, as if it had never existed before. However, Bai Shi reacted as if he was facing a great enemy, his eyes instantly bulging as he pushed his Saint Chi madly, his shi bursting forth as he raised his hands to meet this palm strike. Kacha. A silent explosion rang out in the depths of Bai Shi's soul as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook as he staggered back a few steps, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Shiyun in disbelief. Shi has reached the grand accomplishment stage. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at Yi Shiyun in shock. Only when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm would they comprehend the power of Shi, and only when they cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage would they be eligible to break through to the origin king realm. This was a necessary condition, otherwise, no matter how hard an origin returning realm cultivator cultivated, it would be impossible to touch the threshold of the origin king realm. On Shadowed Star, there were as many origin returning realm cultivators as there were hairs on an ox. Even on this open cloud's peak, there were more than 150 such cultivators, but none of them had cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the other two felt that their Shi was still lacking. This was a place they could not reach. But now, they were witnessing the true grand accomplishment of Shi. When Yi Shiyun's blow was launched, it was silent and invisible, but it was mixed with Shi. Everyone could clearly feel that this power had directly destroyed Bai Shi's defenses and wounded him. Both were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, so the gap between Yi Shiyun and Bai Shi was obvious at a glance. However, Yang Xiaozhu and the others felt that Yi Shiyun's Shi was somewhat different from what they had experienced. Idiot, do you think this queen is using Shi? Yi Shiyun snorted lightly. After this blow, she did not attack again, instead just looking down coldly with a sarcastic expression. It's not Shi. Bai Shi's thoughts turned sharply, but he soon turned pale with fright as he pointed at Yi Shiyun in shock. Could it be territory? Yang Xiaozhu shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light, and his body trembled with excitement. He finally understood why he felt that Yi Shiyun's Shi was somewhat different from what he knew. He recalled some of the secrets recorded in the ancient records. It was rumored that when one cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of territory, a power that only origin kings could master and was countless times more powerful than Sure. A territory. This was a height that no cultivator on Shadowed Star could ever hope to reach. Could it be that Sect Master had already reached this realm? But looking around, Yi Shiyun was clearly only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, which could only mean one thing. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit and was qualified to break through to the Origin King realm, but due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through. What kind of tragedy was this? Yang Xiuzhu sighed. Although he lived on Shadowed Star, Yang Xiuzhu knew that even on other cultivation stars in the star field, there were very few Origin King realm masters, each one of them a famous existence. Sect Master originally had such an opportunity and such talent, but unfortunately, Shadowed Star had become a cage for her to spread her wings and soar. Former Sect Master is worthy of being a once-in-10,000 years genius. This Bai is impressed. Bai Shi clutched his chest as he grit his teeth and shouted, "But so what? Although this Bai's strength is not as good as yours, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price." As soon as his voice fell, Bai Shi flicked his wrist and a longan-sized bead suddenly appeared in his hand. A powerful emperor pressure filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Annihilation Thunder Bead. Yi Shiyun also narrowed her phoenix eyes. "Is this what you're relying on? So what if it is?" Bai Shi laughed. "This Bai knows that former sect masters' means are amazing, but do you think you can block the blow of an emperor artifact? If this Bai dies, you'll be buried with him. Why don't we sit down and talk about it, and come up with a way to get the best of both worlds and resolve this war? How about it?" "I don't think so." An indifferent voice called out from not far away. This voice was very strange, and almost no one present had heard it before. Turning their heads to look at the source of the voice, they were surprised to see a young man in a tight suit, with a mocking smile on his face, walking over unhurriedly. "Yang Kai." Bai Shi's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Many cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain wore strange expressions. Most of them did not know who Yang Kai was. After all, they had not even heard of Yi Shiyun's comeback before, so how could they know of the existence of Yang Kai? Now that they saw this young man swaggering over to Star Emperor Mountain with only a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, they were naturally puzzled. However, the current situation was tense, and these people were not foolish. They knew that Yang Kai must have followed Yi Shiyun here, so they did not say anything and just stared at him curiously, not understanding why he was not afraid of even an emperor artifact. One had to know that this was an artifact that even Yi Shiyun might not be able to block. Trying to scare people with this thing again? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "Old dog, if you really have guts, release the power of that thunder bead and fight to the death. Perhaps you'll be able to kill me or Great Elder. At that time you won't suffer a loss. But, do you have any guts?" Bai Shi's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai ferociously and roared, "Boy, don't go too far." "I'm going too far." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he rubbed his nose. "Old dog, it's you who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation, right? This sect master is standing right there, so if you have the guts, release the power of that thunder bead and see if I can avoid it. If I can't, I'll die and you'll die. If I can avoid it, I'll live and you'll die. What choice do you have?" Bai Shi's face alternated between blue and white as he held the Emperor artifact in his hand, not daring to act rashly. No matter what choice he made, he would definitely not have a good end, which made him feel very conflicted. "Of course, there is a third option." Yang Kai grinned brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "What is it?" Bai Shi asked curiously. "Give me the Emperor artifact and I'll spare your life." "Wishful thinking," Bai Shi shouted. On Shadowed Star, there were very few Origin King-grade artifacts, and each one was a hallowed treasure of a great sect, let alone an Emperor artifact. After experiencing the power of an Emperor artifact, how could Bai Shi be willing to give it up? What's more, he did not believe Yang Kai's flowery words. He was afraid that as soon as he handed over the Emperor artifact, he would die. In that case, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Yang Kai looked impatient as he shouted coldly, "Come out!" Following his shout, the clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and a moment later, a pitch-black battleship over 100 meters long strangely appeared there. It was as if this starship had always been there, but no one had noticed it. Many cultivator on Open Cloud's peak were in an uproar, all of them showing looks of disbelief. There were so many cultivator here, most of them origin returning realm masters, but no one had noticed where this starship was hiding, which was shocking enough. If it had not taken the initiative to appear, everyone would likely still be in the dark. Moreover, this starship seemed to be very unusual, far from being comparable to an ordinary starship. It seemed to be an Origin King grade starship. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1526. As soon as the Origin King grade starship appeared, everyone was stunned. Without any pause, it brought out its crystal cannon. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out as the crystal cannon aimed directly at Bai Shi's location. "Yang Kai, you dare!" Bai Shi paled in horror, never having expected Yang Kai to be so decisive and ruthless. Because he had failed to negotiate with Yang Kai had decided to kill him, leaving no room for negotiation. Was Yang Kai not afraid he would really fight to the death? "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted coldly. Bai Shi looked flustered as he watched the energy fluctuations from the crystal cannon aimed at him grow stronger and stronger. A faint white beam of light was about to shoot out from it, causing Bai Shi to roar, "Little brat, you forced me to do this. Even if this old master dies, he won't let you live as you please." Saying so, Bai Shi madly poured his Saint Qi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Emperor pressure grew stronger and stronger, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while Yi Shiyun's expression became solemn as they stared at the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Bai Shi's hand. Runes the size of grains of rice emerged from the Annihilation Thunder Bead one after another, and as Bai Shi poured his Saint Qi into it, tiny arcs of lightning suddenly appeared on its surface. Although the electric arcs were inconspicuous, they fluctuated with energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. It was as if any small electric arc could destroy one's soul. The next moment, Bai Shi threw the Annihilation Thunder Bead upwards, causing it to split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with Annihilation Thunder Beads, each of which pulsed with arcs of lightning as if they were alive. Then, these arcs of lightning shot out towards the Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai could tear space and Yi Shiyun was incredibly strong. No matter who it was, Bai Shi wasn't confident he could kill them in a single blow, so he set his sights on the Origin King grade starship. If he could destroy the starship, his goal would have been achieved. At that time, Yang Kai would likely cry himself to death. After summoning the Annihilation Lightning Bead, Bai Shi's aura became extremely weak. Although an Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to pay a huge price to use it. This was the price Bai Shi had to pay in order to use it. Although he knew that he was going to die, he still laughed wildly. After laughing for a while though, Bai Shi couldn't laugh anymore because he found that whether it was Yang Kai or Yi Shiyun, both of them were looking at him with pity, not showing the slightest concern for the Origin King grade starship. What did that mean? Bai Shi's heart clenched as he suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widening as he stared towards the Origin King grade starship. The Origin King grade starship was completely surrounded by arcs of lightning, each of which contained a shocking amount of power. The awe-inspiring Origin King grade starship was unable to withstand a single blow and was shattered in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Just like when it first appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it had never been there. Bai Shi was dumbstruck, his face turning pale as he cried out, "An illusion? Old dog, you're not that stupid after all." Yang Kai laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, another Origin King grade starship appeared mid-air, one identical to the previous one, but it was completely unscathed, as if the Annihilation Lightning Bead had not left a mark on it at all. Bai Shi's face went ashen. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had fallen into the other party's trap? The blow he had placed high hopes on had not hit the real thing at all, It was just an illusory starship. That was why it had been destroyed so easily. Yi Shiyun's coercion and Yang Kai's aggressiveness were all designed to interfere with his judgment and make him unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, how had such a large illusory starship been formed? It was simply too inconceivable for it to be able to deceive his divine sense. "Old dog, it's time to send you on your way," Yang Kai shouted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a golden blood thread appeared in front of him and shot forward like an arrow. "Let me do it. This queen came here this time to clean up the sect," Yi Shiyun shouted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before nodding lightly, no longer insisting. He also knew that Yi Shiyun was thinking about him. Regardless of whether Bai Shi had taken the side of the evildoer or not, he was still a disciple of Star Emperor Mountain. If an outsider like him were to kill him, others would likely have some ideas. However, Yi Shiyun was different. Cleaning up the sect was perfectly justified. Without his Saint Qi, Bai Shi was like a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out, unable to summon any ordinary artifacts, so how could he be Yi Shiyun's opponent? A moment later, Bai Shi died at Yi Shiyun's hands. "What about the two of you? Do you want to cripple your own cultivations, or do you want this queen to take action?" Yi Shiyun looked coldly at the two people who had come with Bai Shi. The two of them didn't have the courage to resist and immediately shouted, "Sect Master, please forgive us. We did not know Sect Master was still alive. We were simply deceived by those evildoers. Please show mercy, Sect Master." At this point, do you think this queen will believe your words? Yi Shiyun remained unmoved. Since these two had come with Bai Shi, they must have known about the outside world. Since they knew she had returned and still wanted to oppose her, they had to pay the price. However, Bai Shi was already dead, so Yi Shiyun didn't want to kill them. "This matter is absolutely true. Please investigate thoroughly, Sect Master." The two men shouted in fear. "Good, since you insist on being stubborn, this queen will personally send you to meet Bai Shi." Yi Shiyun's expression became cold as she pushed her Saint Qi. "I'll cripple my own cultivation. I'll cripple my own cultivation." Seeing that Yi Shiyun was really about to kill them and wouldn't listen to their explanations, the two of them no longer had the mood to try and persuade her. A bad life was better than a good death, and although the fate of crippling their own cultivation was extremely miserable, it was still better than losing their lives. With Yang Xiuzhu and the others glaring at them, the two men didn't dare to play any tricks and obediently shattered their own meridians, dissipating their Saint Qi and becoming ordinary people who could no longer step onto the martial Dao. "Scram!" Yi Shiyun shouted coldly. The two of them hurriedly supported each other and left in a hurry. After these two left, Yi Shiyun turned her head to look at the crowd and pondered for a moment before saying, "This queen knows that some of you may have colluded with that person and worked for him, but in any case, none of you have damaged the honor of the sect or ruined its foundation, so this queen can let bygones be bygones. Now, this queen has returned here only to clean up the sect for her ancestors, so please wait here. After this queen has dealt with that person, she will speak with you again. We are grateful for Sect Master's magnanimity. We wish Sect Master success and victory." Yang Xiuzhu bowed and shouted. "We wish Sect Master success and victory." Everyone shouted. Now was the time to express their sincerity, so how could anyone not be tactful enough to sing a different tune? Even if some of these people had indeed worked for the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain, none of them were as close as Bai Shi. The law couldn't punish the majority, so Yi Shiyun didn't want to go too far. These people were happy to oblige. After all, there weren't many of them, so there was no way they could resist Yi Shiyun. "Sect Master, let's go." Yi Shiyun looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before sweeping his eyes over the 200 people and sighing slightly. If they could help, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. With so many masters swarming up, even if the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain had heaven-defying methods, he wouldn't be able to survive. Unfortunately, these people were all disciples of Star Emperor Mountain and couldn't act against their fellow sect members, otherwise, they would all be executed. This was an ancestral rule that everyone had to abide by. Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun's figures gradually drifted away while the Origin King-grade starship followed behind at a leisurely pace. Lingju Peak was the tallest peak in the Star King Mountain. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. White clouds dotted the mountainside, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. This was a place where the great emperors and Star Emperor Mountain's ancestors were worshipped. At the top of the peak was an altar that listed the positions of the sect master and elders of Star Emperor Mountain. At the top of this altar was a Star Emperor token. A Star Emperor token that had already released its power. This was the symbol of the great emperors. Every year, on a certain day, everyone from Star Emperor Mountain would gather here to offer sacrifices. At this moment, on this Star Emperor Mountain, two people stood in the wind. One was a hale and hearty old man who, although he looked quite old, had skin as tender as a baby's and a ruddy complexion. The other person was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an anxious look on his face while the old man's expression was relaxed. A few dozen meters away from these two, a young man stood with his head down. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize two of these three people. The middle-aged man was Thunder Typhoon Sect's sect master, Fong Peng. He had come to Star Emperor Mountain to seek protection. As for the young man, he was Lung Qing, who Yang Kai had met once before. Back in the fourth layer of the Luyen Sand Field, outside of what was now High Heaven Sect, the two of them had met once. At that time, both of them were Saint Kings, and now Yang Kai had reached the Origin Returning Realm while Lung Qing had also reached this realm. Their cultivation speeds could not be described as slow. At this moment, this young man stood there motionless, like a fossil, his expression cold and resolute. Not far away, Fong Peng's anxious voice called out, "Brother Tian Che, they seem to have arrived at Star Emperor Mountain, don't we need to do something?" The old man chuckled, "What does Brother Fong think we need to do?" Fong Peng frowned, "This Fong does not know what Brother Tian Che is planning, but if we do nothing, I'm afraid the situation will change." Brother Fong worries too much. It is still unknown who will win, so there is no need to worry. This Fong is foolish, please enlighten me, Brother Tian Che. It's not that Brother Fong is foolish, it's just that, before this king and senior sister ye have a clear winner, everything will be in vain. What really matters is who survives. No matter what they do, this king only wants to fight with senior sister Yi. Fong Peng frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something and hesitantly asked, "What does Brother Tian Che think his chances of winning are?" The old man smiled but said nothing, his expression mysterious. Seeing this expression, Fong Peng's eyes lit up and he immediately relaxed. Although he did not know what this old man was relying on, judging from his expression, it seemed he was quite confident. Chapter 1527. Star Emperor Mountain's sky-severing peak was tens of thousands of meters high and was covered in layers of spirit arrays. As one of Star Emperor Mountain's restricted areas, it was naturally well protected. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only travel on foot as it was impossible to fly. The flight-restricting array was more than enough to make anyone who tried to fly up suffer. On a small path between the peaks, Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun quickly climbed towards the summit. The Origin King-grade starship was docked halfway up the mountain, ready to receive them at a moment's notice. The tens of thousands of meters high peak was actually nothing to the two of them, so it only took them half an hour to reach it. A strong wind blew past, causing the two's robes to flap loudly. "Great Elder, someone is greeting us." Yang Kai's eyes instantly focused on the old man and middle-aged man in front of him and grinned. Yi Shiyun's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the old man with a complicated expression and called out, "Chi Thun Che." "Senior sister Yi." The old man smiled slightly, his smile giving off a warm feeling like a spring breeze. "Junior brother, I didn't expect that with your temperament, there would be a day when you would return to Star Emperor Mountain. There are many things you didn't expect. Junior brother Chi, are you prepared? I wonder what junior brother is preparing." Chi Tian Che smiled lightly. "Preparing to die here. I hope you've already made arrangements for your funeral." Yi Shiyun coldly snorted. Senior sister doesn't need to mention such things. Junior brother has already made arrangements. My disciple is over there, and whether you die or I die today, he will give us a proper burial. Qi Tianche gestured to the side, where Leng Qing looked over with an indifferent expression and gently nodded. Since that's the case, as senior sister, I will send junior brother on his way. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. The junior brother feels that senior sister's chances of losing are higher. As soon as this senior sister and junior brother met, they began a war of words and began a psychological attack. After this exchange of words, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn and the expressions of the two became extremely serious as they stared at each other, seemingly regarding each other as mortal enemies. Suddenly, the two figures flashed and disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, the two of them were already 30 meters away from each other. An indescribable power burst out from their bodies and enveloped the other party. In an instant, the space in that area became distorted. That invisible force almost condensed into a substance that could be seen with the naked eye. In that area, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, going back and forth. The spiritual qi of the senior sister and junior brother fused and converged, colliding with each other. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, Fang Peng's mouth twitched, and Leng Qing, who was standing far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The three of them were dumbstruck. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche had reached the grand accomplishment stage and even touched the threshold of territory. In their first clash, they were actually evenly matched. Whether it was Yi Shiyun or Qi Tianche, both showed looks of surprise. Neither of them had expected the other to have such achievements. But soon, the two of them moved again. The bone-incinerating flame lamp was summoned by Yi Shiyun, and with a wave of her hand, a series of flames containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth shot towards Qi Tianche, mixed in with a series of profound secret techniques. Qi Tianche naturally didn't dare to show weakness and summoned a golden wheel-like artifact above his head, like a small sun. As it rotated, dazzling golden light shot out from this artifact and actually managed to match the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Qi Tianche was also chanting as he formed a series of complicated seals with his hands. He was also using everything he had learned in his life to exchange blows with Yi Shiyun. Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Yang Kai looked at the artifact summoned by Qi Tianche and his eyes lit up. He was able to recognize this artifact because of Yi Shiyun's previous explanation. This was also one of the two remaining Origin King-grade artifacts on Star Emperor Mountain. It was of extremely high grade and seemed to have been refined by the great emperors in the past. It could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and release it when used against an enemy. The sun and moon golden wheel had two forms. Right now, it was only displaying the first form, which was the blazing yang divine light it released. When it transformed into the second form, it would transform into a crescent moon and release an extremely cold aura capable of freezing one's soul. In terms of power alone, the sun and moon golden wheel was superior to the bone-incinerating flame lamp, but when it came to artifacts, the stronger they were, the more Saint Qi they required to use them. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche stood at the top of the power pyramid of Shadowed Star's Cultivator, so even if there was a slight gap in power between the artifacts they used, it would still take some time to determine the victor. Yang Kai, who was observing attentively, suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand, and summoned his purple shield. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook slightly as his expression became gloomy. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Fang Peng standing there and sneering at him. Sect Master Fang, isn't it inappropriate to launch a sneak attack? If you want to fight, just say the word, this sect master will accompany you to the end. Yang Kai snorted. Enough nonsense, boy, since you've come to Star Emperor Mountain, don't even think about returning safely. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Fang Peng shouted. Because of Yang Kai, he had no choice but to give up the 10,000-year-old foundation of Thunder Typhoon Sect and even tamper with it in an attempt to drag Yang Kai down with him. But now, Yang Kai had appeared here intact, which meant all his previous preparations had been in vain. Not only had he lost his headquarters in Thunder Typhoon Canyon, but he had also lost the lives of his 4 martial uncles. If Yang Kai didn't die, Thunder Typhoon Sect would never exist. Only by killing him would Thunder Typhoon Sect be able to reappear. Old dog, your tone is quite bold. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. I wonder if you have the ability. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand, and summoned his Firebird artifact spirit. A dragon roar rang out as the Dragon Bone Sword released an emerald green light, and in the next moment, a giant dark green dragon soared into the sky. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk a series of space blades appeared around Yang Kai, and under the control of his divine sense, they shot towards Fong Peng as soon as they were formed. Fong Peng's complexion changed greatly. Although his words were arrogant, he didn't underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Seeing Yang Kai display so many methods, he naturally didn't dare act carelessly. With a burst of light, a majestic and beautiful artifact armor appeared around Fong Peng's body. Fong Peng was on the defensive before attacking. The moment they exchanged blows, Fong Peng's actions showed his lack of confidence. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a long whip appeared in his hand. The unique aura of an Origin King grade artifact pulsed from this long whip. Thunder Typhoon Sect, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, naturally had an artifact of this grade as its sect-hallowed treasure. This Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip was Thunder Typhoon Sect's supreme treasure that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Fong Peng had taken it with him when he withdrew from Thunder Typhoon Sect, but now that he was facing Yang Kai, he didn't hesitate to take it out. This long whip was obtained by one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's ancestors in an ancient ruin while out for life experience. It was said to have been quite famous in ancient times. Refining it required countless rare materials, and at the same time, the souls of 7 powerful monster beasts were sealed inside it, allowing it to take the form of these monster beasts. Finally, it was tempered in the 10,000-year Thunder Fire Pond to absorb the power of the Thunder Fire. Any artifact below Origin King grade would not be able to withstand this whip, and once it was contaminated by the Thunder Fire, it would lose a great deal of its spirituality. As the long whip lashed out, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At that moment, the Firebird arrived above Fong Peng's head, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a fireball larger than a washbasin towards Fong Peng's head. Fong Peng held an Origin King grade artifact in his hand, but he didn't show any fear, simply waving his Thunderfire 7 Birds whip fiercely towards the Firebird. A shrill cry rang out from the Firebird's mouth as it was too late to dodge and was struck by the whip, causing the flames on its body to dim slightly, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. Yang Kai's complexion changed, but he quickly calmed down. From what he could sense, although the Firebird had suffered some injuries, they weren't serious. On the contrary, this only served to increase its ferocity. The space blade arrived in front of Fong Peng at that moment, but facing this strange power, even Fong Peng didn't dare meet it head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged, and when he reappeared, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip drew a beautiful and tricky arc as it lashed towards Yang Kai. Worthy of a third-order origin returning realm master, worthy of being the sect master of a great sect, whether it was strength or experience, he was much better than an ordinary cultivator. In particular, the purity and richness of his Saint Chi seemed to have already surpassed that of a third-order cultivator. The other party's attack was so tricky that Yang Kai could only use his purple shield to defend himself. However, the Thunder Fire 7 Birds whip actually changed direction mid-air and avoided the purple shield as if it had a mind of its own. Fong Peng flicked his wrist and the long whip straightened up like a spear and stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's heart. Atop the long whip, the phantom of a monster bird appeared and vaguely let out a cry. It was like an eagle, but not an eagle, with sharp talons and a wingspan of several dozen meters, blotting out the sky and light. Thumping. Yang Kai just stared at it indifferently, seemingly unaware of the impending disaster and not showing any intention of dodging. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the side. The dark green giant dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, intercepting the heavenly rock's shadow. In the next moment, the two collided. Dragon roars and bird cries rang out incessantly, and intense energy fluctuations fluctuated in the air. The Tianping phantom dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye while the giant dark green dragon became more and more ferocious as it fought, causing its opponent to throw away his armor and cry out repeatedly. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew that the dark green sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely a good artifact, but he had never imagined it was actually an Origin King-grade artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible to compete with the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip. Moreover, the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip, which could corrode the spirituality of an artifact, had no effect on the giant dark green dragon. On the contrary, Fang Peng's Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip seemed to have suffered some damage. The other party's giant dark green dragon was actually extremely poisonous. Fang Peng's face changed drastically as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi and Divine Sense. The Tianping phantom immediately disappeared and transformed back into a long whip, breaking free from the entanglement of the giant dark green dragon like a snake and returning to Fang Peng's hand. Chapter 1528. Although the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip was of high grade, it was still inferior to the Dragon Bone Sword. The Dragon Bone Sword was refined from a piece of true dragon bone supplemented with a dragon bead and a wisp of true dragon soul. It could be said that it was the highest grade of material. No matter how good the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip was, it could not compare to the Dragon Bone Sword. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Dragon Bone Sword could not display its full power. However, this long sword could devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow on its own, so it would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it, so if it couldn't even resist the Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip, it would be a real joke. Even though his artifact had been suppressed, Fang Peng wasn't discouraged. In a battle between cultivators, although artifacts were a major factor in their victory, the secret techniques they had mastered and their cultivation base also played a large part in their victory. Fang Peng's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, and he had cultivated for so many years, so even if he was at a disadvantage in this artifact battle, he did not show the slightest intention of retreating. The long whip continued to swing back and forth, the angles it chose were extremely tricky, and the timing of its attacks were also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the giant dark green dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blades were easily deflected by the long whip. For a time, on Sky-Severing Peak, the two battlefields were in full swing, each one a life or death battle, each one a thrilling battle. Only Lung Qing stood in the distance, observing with divine light shining in his eyes. He did not watch the battle between Yi Shi-yun and Qi Tianche. Such a battle was a bit too high level for him, so even if he watched, he would not be able to comprehend much. Instead, he was watching the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fang Peng. As an elite of Star Emperor Mountain's younger generation, Lung Qing had his own pride, which could be seen from how he did not put Chu Chang Feng in his eyes back in the Lu Yen sandfield. However, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Since he encountered Yang Kai by chance at the 4th level of the Lu Yen Desert all those years ago, he'd taken Yang Kai to be an opponent of the same level as himself, and he looked forward to the day when he would be able to exchange blows with such a person and kill or be killed by such a person. But now, Lung Qing discovered that this potential opponent was actually more than just a little bit stronger than him. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against someone like Fang Peng. He even relied on various external forces to completely suppress Fang Peng's aura. Lung Qing was shocked. He had never thought that someone would be able to do this with the cultivation base of a first-order origin returning realm. He admitted that he didn't have the ability to do so. He was a genius, but wasn't Fang Peng the same? Being able to become the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, standing out from the tens of thousands of cultivator in the sect, and commanding Thunder Typhoon Sect, his aptitude was definitely not bad. However, such a person was unable to gain any advantage over Yang Kai at this moment. He used all kinds of methods, but all of them were dispelled. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to last half an incense stick of time against Fang Peng. At this moment, Lung Qing felt a little depressed, a little lost, but even more excited. He saw a target he could pursue, which inexplicably made his blood boil. Clenching his fists, Lung Qing stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, secretly cheering for his every counterattack. More often than not, even the slightest inadvertent action of the other party would cause his eyes to light up. Fong Peng, if you had fled far away earlier, you may not have died, but since you chose to come to Star Emperor Mountain, there's no way for you to survive. Yang Kai controlled the Dragon Bone Sword and joined forces with the Firebird Artifact Spirit to attack Fong Peng as he laughed heartily. Fong Peng's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute, but now that he was at a disadvantage, he was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. After this bitter battle, Fong Peng had realized that it was impossible to kill Yang Kai with his own strength, but it would not be easy for the other party to kill him either. He could only pin his hopes on Qi Tianche. He felt that Qi Tianche must still have some kind of trump card, otherwise he would not have been so confident before. Thinking up to this point, Fong Peng took the time to look at the other side of the battlefield. He was surprised to find that the other side was also in deep water, but unlike his side, the two people there were actually neck and neck, and neither could do anything to the other. This discovery made Fong Peng's heart clench as he inexplicably felt like he had been betrayed. If Qi Tianche could not do anything to Yi Shiyun, what should he do? Qi Tianche's methods were amazing and he could definitely escape from here, but Fong Peng had no way to do so. In front of a master who was proficient in the Tao of space, running away was a laughable act. While thinking so, Fong Peng's eyes suddenly shrank. He found that on the other battlefield, Qi Tianche had actually used a feint to escape from Yi Shiyun before transforming into a streak of light and shooting towards him. In midair, Qi Tianche reached out and grabbed towards the ground. Yang Kai, who was originally agile, suddenly felt an inexplicable resistance under this grab and could not help pausing. Fong Peng was overjoyed and immediately understood what Qi Tianche was planning. He clearly wanted to create a diversion, pretending to be a life-or-death battle with Yi Shiyun on the surface, but in fact he had always been targeting Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Yi Shiyun would be useless no matter how strong she was. In a flash, Fong Peng understood Qi Tianche's plan. Now, he and Qi Tianche were bound together for glory and glory, like grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally, Fong Peng did not want to see him fail at the last moment. So he quickly used a secret technique to delay Yang Kai's movements and distract Yang Kai. Do you think joining forces is enough? Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Capture me first. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it forward, immediately forming a void crack. Space Force is really mysterious, but with this old master here, I'm afraid your method is useless. Qi Tianche laughed as he flicked his finger and summoned a bead. This bead looked extremely ordinary and did not give off the slightest energy fluctuation, but when this bead appeared, Yi Shiyun's complexion changed drastically and she called out in shock, "You've actually refined it. Sect Master, quickly dodge." Yang Kai's heart clenched. Although he did not know what mysteries this bead contained, it was definitely something extraordinary to be able to shock Yi Shiyun so much. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai stepped into the void crack and prepared to escape. But what shocked him though was that the bead burst at the same moment and a mysterious aura swept out. Under the influence of this aura, the void crack he had torn apart disappeared. It was as if it had been flattened by a giant invisible hand. Yang Kai stepped on empty air. The next moment, the scenery around him suddenly changed. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he found himself in another space. As far as the eye could see, this space was extremely narrow. It was only about 300 feet in radius, but in this narrow space, it was lush green. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, not understanding what this place was. What surprised him even more though was that this space was obviously incomplete. Because only half of the vegetation growing at the edges of this space was visible, the other half was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this space had been cut off from somewhere else. Not far in front of him, Qi Tianche was looking at him with a smile while Fang Peng also wore a confused look. Looking around, Yi Shiyun was nowhere to be seen. The Firebird artifact spirit hovered overhead, chirping anxiously. It had also been brought in, but the verdant dragon bone sword had been left outside. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it with his divine sense, but he couldn't connect at all. This discovery made his heart sink. After a while, Fang Peng frowned and asked, "Brother Tianche, what is this place?" He was obviously also in the dark, not knowing what Qi Tianche wanted to do. "A small sealed world." Qi Tianche chuckled. "A small sealed world?" Fang Peng's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. Yang Kai's face also sank as he stared at Qi Tianche coldly. "Has Brother Fang never seen such a small sealed world before?" Qi Tianche asked. "N." Fang Peng nodded honestly. "I have been in and out of several small sealed worlds, but even the smallest small sealed world couldn't be this small." What puzzled him even more was why the three of them had suddenly arrived in this small sealed world. Small sealed worlds were generally connected by void corridors, and only by passing through void corridors could one step into a small sealed world. However, Qi Tianche had clearly only thrown out a single bead, and after that bead burst, the three of them had appeared here. Could it be that this small sealed world was related to that bead? Fang Peng frowned secretly. Yang Kai was also surprised. When he was in Tong Xian realm, he had been to a few small sealed worlds, but since setting foot on the star territory, he had never seen such a strange place again. He had never expected to see it again today. "Sect Master Yang, right?" Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a calm and composed look on his face. "Speaking of which, you and I haven't greeted each other yet. This king is Qi Tianche, the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain." Sect Master Qi's name resounds like thunder. Junior has long heard of it. Yang Kai grinned, not showing much fear, "But this Junior would like to ask Senior, why did you bring me to this place? Could it be that you want to use me to threaten my sect's great elder?" Sect Master Yang is mistaken. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. "This king brought you here not to deal with senior apprentice Sister Yi. This king just wants to make friends with you." "Ah." Yang Kai chuckled, rubbed his nose, and said, "Senior must be joking." Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "This king really has such intentions, I'm not joking. But this junior doesn't want to make friends with you." Yang Kai curled his lips. Qi Tianche couldn't help laughing. "If Sect Master Yang says so, this old master won't force you. However, this old master would like to consult Sect Master Yang about something." "Consult me?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "Indeed." Qi Tianche nodded seriously. "What is it?" "Usurping power, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? If it's about this junior has no comment. Senior has already reached the peak." Yang Kai looked at Qi Tianche sarcastically. The other party didn't show any signs of anger though and simply smiled. Naturally, it's not about such trivial matters. What this king wants to consult about is the Tao of space. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1529. The Tao of space is obscure and extremely difficult to cultivate. This king is untalented and has comprehended some things over the years, but no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to condense space force into a blade like Sect Master Yang, or even tear space apart with one hand. This king admires Sect Master Yang's magical methods. This king hopes Sect Master Yang can enlighten this king and resolve the many doubts in his heart. "You also understand the Tao of space?" Yang Kai frowned. "I know a little." Qi Tian nodded humbly. "This king has been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space and has made some gains, but..." Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that this old man had been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of space. Yang Xiuzhu had reminded Yi Shiyun to be careful before, saying that Qi Tianche had been in retreat for several dozen years to cultivate a secret technique, so it was likely he had done something extraordinary. So it was to cultivate the Tao of space. But why was this old man doing this? Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Looking at Qi Tianche with a faint smile, he said lightly, "Senior, if this junior is not mistaken, you are studying the Tao of space because of this mysterious small world and that bead, right?" "Why do you say so?" Qi Tianche's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, seemingly interested. Yang Kai chuckled, "I didn't see the void corridor before I was inexplicably brought here by Senior. Thinking about it, that bead should be the key to open this mysterious small world. And in order to use that bead, I'm afraid one needs to understand the Tao of space, which is why you want to cultivate it. Is this junior correct?" Indeed, Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded. "What else does Sect Master Yang see?" "I also see that this mysterious small world is not complete, probably because your comprehension of the Tao of space is insufficient. If you want it to become complete, you need to become more proficient in the Tao of space." As he spoke, Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling confused, not knowing how Qi Tianche's proficiency in the Tao of space had anything to do with this mysterious small world. A mysterious small world was a mysterious small world. A world of its own, it should have nothing to do with anyone. Sect Master Yang's vision is like a torch, this old master admires. Qi Tianche nodded slightly. However, although Sect Master Yang is mostly correct, there is one thing he is wrong about. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "That bead is not the key to open that mysterious small world." Qi Tianche smiled lightly. "That bead itself is a mysterious small world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. "Let's put it this way, there is a mysterious small world sealed inside that bead," Qi Tianche added. "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically while Fong Peng was also dumbfounded. "There's a small sealed world sealed inside that bead? Is that even possible?" Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly, a look of disbelief on his face, but soon, his expression became dignified as he stared at Qi Tianche gloomily and hesitantly asked, "Could it be that bead is an emperor artifact?" Qi Tianche laughed, gently clapped his hands, and nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly intelligent, understanding the key points so quickly. That bead is indeed an emperor artifact. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary artifact to have such a magical function, but emperor artifacts are different. The mysteries of emperor artifacts are not something we can fathom. That bead is indeed one of the two emperor artifacts, the sealed world bead. "Two emperor artifacts," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Then the other one is the annihilation thunder bead?" These two things were passed down from the great emperors and are the two most important treasures of my Star Emperor Mountain. Qi Tianche nodded and admitted before suddenly smiling. "Sect Master Yang, don't blame Senior Sister Yi for not warning you. It's because even Senior Sister Yi did not know that this old master could refine the sealed world bead. This thing has been passed down in my Star Emperor Mountain for tens of thousands of years, but no one from the past sect master of Star Emperor Mountain was able to refine it. As time passed, no one even knew the specific function of the sealed world bead. This old master was only able to refine it by chance and understand its mysteries." Yang Kai's face paled as his expression became ugly. The sealed world bead, if it weren't for the fact that he was in this incomplete small sealed world, Yang Kai would not have believed that there was such a bizarre artifact in this world that could actually seal a world inside it. Now that he was trapped inside this mysterious small world without his dragon bone sword, how could he resist? This old man had the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, an Origin King grade artifact. "Sect Master Yang, don't even think about tearing space. This mysterious small world is an independent world with its own world principles. It is useless for you to tear space here," Qi Tianche reminded him kindly. "Whether it is useful or not, we'll know once we try. Senior doesn't mind, right?" Yang Kai looked up at Qi Tianche. "Please, Sect Master Yang. This king also wants to carefully experience Sect Master Yang's use of the Tao of space." Qi Tianche gestured, showing no intention of stopping him. Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand in front of him, creating a void crack. However, before he could step into it, Qi Tianche suddenly waved his hand and the void crack disappeared. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly with a look of displeasure. Qi Tianche smiled and said, "The world principles of this mysterious small world are now in this old master's hands, so please give up, Sect Master Yang." "Old dog." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Sect Master Yang is young and impetuous, so this old master won't bicker with you too much. This old master has already spoken frankly, now it's time for Sect Master Yang to make a choice. If you can work for this old master will treat you as a friend in the future, but if Sect Master Yang is stubborn, and this old master will have to use some means. I have given you the opportunity, whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your actions." Yang Kai grinned. "Do you think you can do whatever you want by trapping me in this place? Senior shouldn't even dream of cooperating with you. If you want to cultivate the Tao of space, you'll have to wait until your next life." At the same time, as if receiving some kind of order, the Firebird artifact spirit hovering above Yang Kai's head let out a loud cry, transformed into a ball of flames, and rushed towards Qi Tianche. "Ta!" Qi Tianche sighed deeply. "If Sect Master Yang insists, then this old master can only use force. If I offend you in any way, I hope Sect Master Yang will forgive me." As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the Firebird artifact spirit that was rushing towards him. A bizarre scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and as it rotated, it seemed to produce an infinite suction force that sucked in the Firebird. No matter how the artifact spirit struggled, it was unable to escape. In just 3 breaths of time, the Firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mental connection between Yang Kai and the Firebird was also severed at the same time, causing his face to pale. "Sect Master Yang need not worry, this old master simply banished it outside so as not to interfere with our battle." Qi Tianche smiled faintly. But after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely solemn. With a loud shout, he stomped the ground with 1 foot. The earth seemed to tremble slightly and the sound of cloth tearing rang out as Qi Tianche's clothes instantly burst apart, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at him with a look of amazement. This old man didn't look young and had a thin figure, but in fact he was extremely well built. The layers of muscles were clearly defined, and they stood tall, filled with explosive power. It wasn't surprising for such a physique to appear on a young man, but for it to appear on an old man with white hair and 3 strands of long beard was somewhat inconceivable. His fleshly body was actually this strong. The explosive power contained in each of those muscles made people raise their eyebrows. Saint Qi surged as Qi Tianche's momentum surged and his exposed skin glowed faintly. Both Yang Kai and Feng Peng were dumbfounded. "Sect Master Yang, this old master will give you one last chance. It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise, this old master won't hold back. If Sect Master Yang is injured, this old master will feel very apologetic." Qi Tianche stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and shouted, "Enough nonsense, you brought me to this cramped place just to highlight the advantages of your physique, right?" Yang Kai smiled strangely. "If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try and see if you can succeed?" Seeing Yang Kai refuse his good intentions again and again, Qi Tianche's expression became gloomy as he nodded. "Good, since that's the case, don't blame this old master for being impolite." As soon as his voice fell, Qi Tianche's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Yang Kai's head, but he did not use any secret technique or summon any artifact. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards Yang Kai. In such a cramped place, any artifact or secret technique would be greatly limited, so those with powerful physiques would undoubtedly have an advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Yang stood in place, not knowing if he was dead or alive, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Qi Tianche frowned, not knowing what kind of trick he was playing. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" A small figure suddenly and strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly grew and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stone giant several meters tall. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao. The dragon bone sword had been left outside and the firebird artifact spirit had been banished by Qi Tianche, but Yang Kai still had the stone mongoose. The stone puppet carried the heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder, and the stick-like artifact also grew in size as it did so. Clenching the heaven-shaking pillar tightly, Yang Kai swung it forward. Qi Tianche's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. He felt a fatal threat from the stick, and it seemed that even with the strength of his physique, he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Kong. Even space seemed to be smashed apart, and Qi Tianche felt his abdomen go numb. He had not been hit by the black stick and had only been swept away by the wind, but even so, the blood in his chest was roiling and his breathing was somewhat labored. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit by this stick. Qi Tianche's face changed dramatically as he retreated quickly and without hesitation, reached out and pointed towards the stone mongoose. He wanted to banish the stone mongoose from this space. Chapter 1530. This was how he had dealt with the firebird artifact spirit just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Qi Tianche had put in a lot of effort. From the information he had gathered, he knew that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. However, he had full confidence in the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was one of the 2 emperor artifact beads, and after refining it, Qi Tianche was able to control some of the sealed world bead's principles. As long as Yang Kai's helpers were excluded, a trivial first-order origin returning realm was nothing in his eyes. Once he captured Yang Kai alive, not only could he learn the mysteries of Space Force from him, but he could also force Yi Shiyun into a desperate situation and even force her back to Supreme Profound Sex Ancestral Land, killing several birds with one stone. From the very beginning, Qi Tianche had never intended to fight to the death with Yi Shiyun. His goal had always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared before appeared again, releasing a terrifying suction force that attempted to swallow the stone mongoose. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai roared angrily as he stretched out his hand and grasped towards the vortex. Rich space force surged out and shattered the vortex, allowing the stone mongoose, whose movements had been affected, to recover. Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, it seems your grasp of the world principles here isn't enough." Qi Tianche's face sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had not expected that Yang Kai could even break through his means. In terms of mastery of Space Force, even after refining the sealed world bead, Qi Tianche was no match for Yang Kai. The stone mongoose moved like the wind, and the moment it broke free from the suction force, it took a step forward and swung its stick fiercely. Qi Tianche did not dare take this attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-shaking pillar brushed past his body, numbing his waist and ribs. Before Qi Tianche could regain his balance though, a strong wind blew over his head and Yang Kai's shout reached his ears, "Old dog, try taking a punch from me." Good timing. Qi Tianche looked surprised, but more than that he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't summon his artifact or use his secret technique, he just wanted to fight Yang Kai with his physical body. First, because this place didn't allow him to do so, and second, because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now that he saw Yang Kai act recklessly, he was naturally overjoyed. He thought that Yang Kai was getting carried away. He was deeply afraid of the stone giant's strength, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of a mere Yang Kai. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian threw a punch forward. The 2 fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. Yang Kai's figure was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. Qi Tianche couldn't help but groan as he was struck by a huge force and sunk 3 feet into the ground. His face changed color in spite of himself. Although it was only a head-on collision, with his experience and knowledge, it was not difficult for him to see that Yang Kai's physical fitness did not seem to be inferior to his at all. In that blow just now, both of them had suffered some losses, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. How is this possible? Qi Tianche had lived for hundreds of years, and from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao, he had always focused on tempering his physique. With his body-tempering secret technique, His body was now several times stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. He could even take on an ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifact head-on. But how old is this little brat? How did he do it? How can he have such a strong physique? The astonishing vitality coming from his body was simply unbelievable to Qi Tianche. Before Qi Tianche could think of anything else, the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillars swept over again. This time, Qi Tianche couldn't avoid it and his entire body sank into the ground. Seeing the black stick flying towards him, Qi Tianche took a deep breath and the faint light that was originally blooming from his body suddenly became brighter. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of inexplicable metal, giving off an indescribably hard luster. Clenching his fists, Qi Tianche raised his arms to block his face. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking pillar arrived. Kong. Qi Tianche was sent flying by a huge force until he hit the edge of this mysterious small world and landed heavily. His face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, staring forward with a dignified expression. This time, he had suffered a big loss. The heaven-shaking pillar was forged from heavenly crystal profound iron, an ancient artifact that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. Heavenly crystal profound iron was a top-grade origin king-grade material, a palm-sized piece weighing over 10,000 kilograms. If it was fused into an artifact during the refinement process, it would make the artifact extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The heaven-shaking pillar was completely forged from this strange material and was extremely heavy. Yang Kai could barely pick it up, but it was impossible for him to swing it. Only a strange creature like the stone mongoose could use this kind of strange artifact. Even with Qi Tianche's hundreds of years of body-tempering secret techniques, he was unable to resolve the violent blow of the heaven-shaking pillar. How does it feel? Yang Kai flicked his wrist as he stood not far away. Just now, he had exchanged a punch with Qi Tianche, so his hand was a little sore. Not bad. Qi Tianche forced himself to remain calm and gently nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly amazing. In the future, you will definitely become the most dazzling star on Shadowed Star and may even unify it. Unfortunately, you met this old master, so you won't have such an opportunity. His body flashing with a metallic light, Qi Tianche rushed towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head and bloomed with dazzling light. Origin King-grade artifact, Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. From the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, wisps of light overflowed, radiating a blazing heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world as they shot towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Qi Tianche also released his grand accomplishment Shi and covered the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became thick and sticky, giving one the illusion that they were stuck in a swamp, as if the more they struggled, the deeper they would sink. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he knew that this old man was going to go all out against him. He could not defeat the stone mongoose in terms of strength, so he could only choose himself as a target. Not daring to show any neglect, Yang Kai also released his Shi. Space suddenly became distorted, and in places visible to the naked eye and invisible to the naked eye, small void cracks began to appear, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon, but they were immediately repaired by the small sealed world's world principles before reappearing, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai's Shi was condensed from emperor pressure and integrated with his own proficiency in the Tao of space, making it far stronger than the Shi of an ordinary cultivator. Once released, it was enough to affect the surrounding space. The collapsed areas and the small cracks that appeared were the best evidence. However, this alone was not enough to compete with Qi Tianche's grand accomplishment Shi, which had already touched the threshold of territory. A sizzling sound rang out. Hundreds of golden blood threads shot out and hovered around Yang Kai's body, constantly cutting through the suppression of Qi Tianche's Shi. Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique had the effect of breaking Shi, so now that he had released over 100 of them, its effect was naturally remarkable. With this two-pronged attack, the pressure on Yang Kai suddenly disappeared and he instantly lifted the constraints of his grand accomplishment Shi. Under his control, The golden blood threads flew around Yang Kai, intercepting all the incoming Great Sun's divine light, preventing them from causing any harm to Yang Kai. Qi Tianche was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. All of the trump cards and means he was so proud of were not able to play much of a role in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, Qi Tianche felt a little uneasy. But now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Yi Shiyun was still waiting for him outside, so if he could not capture Yang Kai in this mysterious small world, even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Only by capturing Yang Kai here could Qi Tianche regain control of the overall situation. Making up his mind, Qi Tianche flew in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches and kicks, carrying with them an unstoppable force. Yang Kai did not dodge at all and instead punched out with his fists, pushing his Saint Qi as his muscles trembled and he engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Tianche. All of Qi Tianche's plots and schemes were futile at this moment. Only by overwhelming the other party with strength could he win the final victory. The two of them were like two boorish men from the depths of the mountains, their fists and feet clashing. This was a collision of pure, direct, barbaric, and bloody. Pung 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the sound of metal colliding rang out from the two of them, mixed with occasional muffled groans. In this clash of physical strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines. He had been brought into this mysterious small world by Qi Tianche and thought that he could easily capture Yang Kai by joining forces with Qi Tianche. Fang Peng believed that Qi Tianche had planned to do the same, but now, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't intervene in this battle at all and could only stand in place and watch anxiously. Even the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to strike, not attacking rashly. It also couldn't intervene. Peng peng peng. Qi Tianche's body, which he was so proud of, was bombarded by Yang Kai's fists during the battle. His physique, which was comparable in strength to an origin-grade high-rank artifact, was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength. The violent bombardment shook his physique and stimulated his meridians and bones, making him feel as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Qi Tianche didn't suffer much damage, but he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, making him look extremely ferocious. The same was true for Yang Kai, but the blood flowing out of his body was golden and filled with powerful self-healing and restorative abilities. The vitality contained in this golden blood was astonishing. This battle seemed to have aroused the ferocious nature in the depths of Kai Yang's heart. His eyes also became cruel and bloodthirsty. His eyes were crimson red, and his demeanor was ruthless. He was like a beast that had been released from its cage and was about to devour its prey. Time passed by slowly. The two of them were covered in blood and cracks, but the strength of Yang Kai's punches didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became heavier and heavier, each blow causing Qi Tianche's body to tremble violently. Qi Tianche's momentum, on the other hand, was gradually weakening. The difference in strength was clear. Perhaps, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of physical tempering and strength. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that Qi Tianche didn't, and that was his golden blood. Yang Kai could recover from his injuries in a very short time, but Qi Tianche couldn't, so naturally, the two of them gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 1531. A centipede dies but never falls down, let alone a master like Qi Tianche who had touched the threshold of the Origin King realm. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, Qi Tianche was not discouraged and simply wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old dog, choosing to compete in physical strength with this sect master in this kind of place is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting to his heart's content. With a loud roar, a five-colored brilliance suddenly burst from his body. Gold, blue, white, red, and yellow intertwined and fused together, creating a brilliant and domineering five-colored light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Yang Kai's aura, which had already reached its peak, soared once again, followed by an even more frightening and violent aura. A kind of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth burst out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianche was horrified. He had been fighting Yang Kai in close quarters all this time, so he could clearly see the changes in Yang Kai's body more clearly than anyone else. When this five-colored brilliance appeared, Qi Tianche's strength increased by more than 30%. 30% might not seem like much, but it was enough to expand his originally weak advantage to the limit. Hong, Yang Kai punched out, and Qi Tianche raised his hand to block, but he was unable to resist this devastating blow, and even his palm was sent flying back to his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Qi Tianche's chest caved in and his raised hand drooped down. Qi Tianche's physique and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, could not withstand such a blow and directly burst apart. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Qi Tianche's body as Yang Kai's fists rained down on his opponent again and again. Fang Peng's face twitched as he watched from the side, his eyes twitching wildly. Qi Tianche screamed in horror, his liver and gall splitting as he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, subconsciously trying to dodge and retreat. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Like a crazed beast, he pounced on Qi Tianche and continued to bombard him. Qi Tianche's extremely sturdy body was beaten into a bloody mess. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. His flesh was cracked, his flesh was exposed, and his bones were broken. White bone stubble poked out, visible to the naked eye. He kept screaming, but he couldn't dodge, and was hit by Yang Kai until he spat out blood. He had purposely chosen this battlefield, which had become his fatal restriction. It made it impossible for him to move his body and execute his movement techniques. Bang! Yang Kai punched out again, hitting the bridge of Qi Tianche's nose. Under the powerful force, Qi Tianche's nose was smashed crooked, making his already ferocious face look even more frightening. His eyes were dyed red with blood and his vision blurred as he was sent flying backwards by the force of this blow. Xiao Xiao! Yang Kai roared. The stone mongoose brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and took 2 steps forward, swinging the black rod in its hand. Kong. The heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Qi Tianche's back. His spine seemed to have been shattered, and Qi Tianche was sent flying back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not try to kill him again. He felt that Xiao Xiao's blow had almost completely destroyed Qi Tianche's ability to resist. Like a dead fish, Qi Tianche fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and lay there, seemingly unable to even move. Kai Yang walked over and stood beside him, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes like an ice-cold blade, flashing a cold light. Qi Tianche opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Don't worry, take a deep breath, I still have something to ask you, Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs stained with his golden blood shining brightly. Qi Tianche closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Yang Kai then looked up at Fang Peng not far away and grinned meaningfully, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Being stared at like this, Fang Peng felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembling as he panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Last time on Fallen Emperor Mountain, this Fang was just following orders. If this Fang has offended you in any way, this Fang will apologize to you here. Apologize? Yang Kai curled his lips. Why would I need you to apologize? As he spoke, he pointed at him and growled, "Kill him!" The stone mongoose rushed out and rushed towards Fang Peng. The next moment, a shout and the sound of battle rang out. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention. If this were outside, the stone mongoose might not be able to kill Fang Peng. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, so even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still run. But here, things were different. With a radius of 300 meters, Fang Peng had no chance of escaping. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Qi Tianche again and waited for a while before asking, "How do you want to die?" Qi Tianche seemed to have caught his breath and chuckled. If Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old master, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Do you think I won't kill you? Yang Kai's expression became cold. At the very least, Sect Master Yang won't kill this old master before we leave this place. You're worried that if you kill this old master, you won't be able to leave this place. You're smart enough to know what I want, Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't know this, then this old master wouldn't have lived all these years in vain. Sect Master Yang has a request, and this old master wants to live. How about we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Let's hear it, Yang Kai gestured. After this old master recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I'll let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang must not find trouble with this old master again in the future, and this old master can also promise to live in seclusion and never become your enemy, Chi Tianche proposed while gasping for breath. Wouldn't that be a great bargain for you? Yang Kai sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, Old dog, aren't you mistaken about something? What is it? Chi Tianche asked leisurely. I'm the knife and you're the fish. Now, whatever I want you to do, you'll do it. With a low shout, Yang Kai stomped his foot towards one of Chi Tianche's hands. The sound of bones breaking rang out and Chi Tianche's hand immediately changed shape. Chi Tianche's face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound, simply glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. Let me out and I'll leave your corpse intact. This is this sect master's biggest concession. Ha, if that's the case, this old master would rather die here. Chi Tianche slowly shook his head and said calmly, this old master also knows what Sect Master Yang is thinking. Do you think your attainments in the Tao of space are far more profound than this old master's? Since this old master can refine the sealed world bead, you must be able to as well, so even if you kill this old master, you'll only need to spend some time to leave here, right? Correct, Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that this old master is looking down on you, but even if your attainments in the Tao of space are profound, wanting to refine the sealed world bead here, heh. Chi Tianche smiled mysteriously. This old master has been in retreat for several dozen years before he was able to refine the sealed world bead enough to open this small mysterious small world. Now that Sect Master Yang is inside, if you want to refine it from the inside, I'm afraid it will be hundreds of times more difficult than this old master trying to refine it. If you are willing to be trapped here for hundreds of years, feel free to kill this old master and this old master will have nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He couldn't tell whether Chi Tianche was trying to intimidate him or if he was telling the truth. If Yang Kai was really trapped here for several dozen years or even 100 years, by the time he left, the outside world would likely have changed greatly. Sect Master Yang should consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness, Chi Tianche added. Chi Tianche added, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life was now hanging by a thread, and only a single thought from Yang Kai could decide whether he lived or died, so naturally he didn't dare relax. Yang Kai looked at him, not saying a word. After a long time, he suddenly grinned. Does Senior really want to do this without any room for negotiation? Chi Tianche shook his head and insisted, if not, this old master would rather die here. Good then die. Yang Kai gently nodded before lifting his foot again and stomping down towards Chi Tianche's head. With a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting, Chi Tianche's head burst apart, blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground as his two eyes rolled to the side, seemingly still filled with disbelief. Ridiculous! Yang Kai coldly snorted. He had really been deceived by Chi Tianche just now. This old man was not to be trifled with, and if he hadn't been caught in his own trap this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. How could Yang Kai release such an enemy? Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Chi Tianche had to die. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would kill him first. As for being trapped inside the sealed world bead, it wasn't a big deal. Even if what Chi Tianche said was true, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. With his mastery of the Tao of space, it wasn't impossible for him to find a way to leave this place. With Chi Tianche dead, Fong Peng, who was struggling to resist the stone mongoose's attack, was in an even worse state. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, he was scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone mongoose, Fong Peng loudly begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Not only did he not show any intention of sparing him, but he also became impatient with Fong Peng's noise and rushed over, joining forces with the stone mongoose to kill him. Even Qi Tianche wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so in this special environment, how could Fong Peng survive? In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Thunder Typhoon sect master died tragically under the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar. He didn't have Qi Tianche's powerful physique, so the heaven-shaking pillar was enough to smash him into a meat patty. With two great enemies dead, Yang Kai tidied up his loot, sat down cross-legged for a moment, and immediately began to study a way to leave this place. Tearing space was undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest advantage. When he was experimenting with it before, he had been interrupted by Qi Tianche, so he didn't know if tearing space would have any effect. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally experiment. Chapter 1532. Making up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and waved it forward, causing a long and narrow void crack to immediately appear in front of him. However, compared to the ones he usually tore through space, this one seemed to be smaller. The world principles inside this sealed world bead seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Stretching out his hands, he tore the void crack apart and pushed his space force madly, silently widening the long and narrow void crack. Releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this void crack was extremely stable. Was that old dog Qi Tianche really just spouting nonsense? Yang Kai became suspicious as he dove into the void crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his face couldn't help sinking. This small space, which was less than 300 meters in radius, was a complete mess with traces of a great battle everywhere. Two incomplete corpses lay on the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Coming out of this void crack was actually this strange, small sealed world. Frowning, Yang Kai couldn't help tearing space again. After repeating this a dozen times, Yang Kai didn't continue and instead sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into contemplation. After tearing space more than a dozen times, Yang Kai still couldn't leave this small sealed world and could only move within a 300-meter radius. This result surprised him a little. It seemed that Qi Tianche wasn't spouting nonsense. This sealed world bead really had a mysterious side to it. Even after tearing space, Yang Kai still couldn't escape. Although he didn't succeed in leaving, Yang Kai didn't gain nothing. After tearing space more than a dozen times, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space that isolated him from the outside world. This barrier was inexplicable, but it was precisely because of its existence that this small sealed world was able to form its own world and trap him here. This should be the world principles of this small sealed world. If he could tear apart this barrier, Yang Kai was confident he could leave this place. But how could it be easy to break through the world principles of this small sealed world? Qi Tianche had spent several dozen years refining the sealed world bead, and only then was he able to control a little bit of the world principles that allowed him to enter and leave this place. He didn't have that much time to waste here. But now, besides refining this sealed world bead, there was no other way. How could he refine the sealed world bead? Refining it was tantamount to refining this world. Yang Kai was completely confused, like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. He sat upright on the spot and began to think hard. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang's confused eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. Very quickly, his eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something, and couldn't help but become spirited and radiant. Previously, he had entered the wrong line of thought. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world. That was why he was at a loss. But in the end, this world was sealed inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, an artifact. He didn't know how to refine heaven and earth, but refining artifacts was a walk in the park for him. Since Qi Tianche had spent several dozen years in retreat to refine the sealed world bead, this emperor artifact must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as Yang Kai could trace his aura to its source, erase it, and refine it again, he would be able to do so. Comprehending one method, comprehending 10,000 methods, Kai Yang suddenly understood. Getting up, Yang Kai summoned 2 demonic flames and burned the nearby corpse. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense and begin to scan the surrounding 300 meters in an attempt to find the traces he was looking for. The result was very smooth, and Yang Kai did find Qi Tianche's aura in this space. It didn't take him much effort to erase it. However, when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in this space, he encountered great resistance. Qi Tianche wasn't wrong about one thing. Refining the sealed world bead from the inside was extremely difficult, far more difficult than refining it from the outside. The difference in time and strength required to refine it was hundreds of times greater. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were countless times more profound than Qi Tianche's, this kind of refining was not something he could complete in a short time. Yang Kai calculated a little, and the results he obtained gave him a fright. It would take him at least 10 or 20 years to refine the sealed world bead and escape. Kai Yang suddenly felt some regret. He regretted killing Fong Peng so quickly. If Fong Peng was still alive, Yang Kai could have beaten him up to vent his anger. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed his irritation, but he didn't immediately refine the sealed world bead. Instead, he poured out a large pile of crystal stones from his space ring, placed them in front of him, and madly absorbed the energy contained within. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space, surpassing both Mo Xiao Sheng and Qi Tianche in this territory, was all thanks to space spirit crystals. This kind of strange crystal stone had always only been used as a material for refining space rings, but Yang Kai had taken a different approach and absorbed the energy contained within it to enhance his control of the Tao of space. Space spirit crystals were extremely rare, so even if others had this idea, it would be extremely difficult to realize. However, Yang Kai was different. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao had found a space spirit crystal mine under Dragon Cave Mountain many years ago gave him the capital to squander without any worries. The number of space spirit crystals he had mined back then was not small, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the energy contained within these space spirit crystals whenever he had free time, resulting in a huge consumption. Now, only less than half of what he had originally mined remained. If a worker wanted to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time it took to refine the sealed world bead, he could only improve his comprehension of the Tao of space and use it more smoothly. As such, Yang Kai planned to use the Tao of space first. One by one, the space spirit crystals turned into dust in Yang Kai's hands. As the sun rose and the moon rose in the outside world, the passage of time inside the sealed world bead was undetectable. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of space spirit crystal powder had accumulated around Yang Kai, almost drowning him. After absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals for a long time, coupled with his own insights, Yang Kai vaguely felt that his attainments in the Tao of space had deepened, but he also found that as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, the effect of absorbing the energy from space spirit crystals seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day, no matter how much energy he absorbed from space spirit crystals, he would not make any progress. Yang Kai stopped for a while and released his divine sense again to refine this sealed world bead. After a while, his brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. The process of refining this sealed world bead was much easier than before, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the barrier between this sealed world bead and the outside world. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to leave this place. Integrating his space force into his divine sense, Yang Kai began spreading it out like a tide. Yang Kai attempted to leave his mark on this sealed world bead, carving his own soul mark and making it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine sense spread out, this sealed world bead, which originally only occupied a radius of about 300 meters, suddenly became a little larger, and the scenery he could not see before was also imprinted in his eyes. This result surprised Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. Although Qi Tianche had refined the sealed world bead slightly and was able to enter and exit this sealed world bead, his grasp of the Tao of space was still very shallow, so he could only open up a radius of about 300 meters. Yang Kai was different. His attainments in the Tao of space were much more profound than Qi Tianche's, so he was able to expand this sealed world bead. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what this sealed world bead would look like when it was fully opened and how large it would be. His original intention of refining the sealed world bead to escape this sealed world bead quietly changed, and Yang Kai began exploring this sealed world bead enthusiastically. Madly pushing his divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the Tao of space, Yang Kai began expanding the sealed world bead bit by bit, revealing fascinating sceneries he had never seen before. During this process, Yang Kai found that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious powers were pouring into his heart and fusing into the depths of his soul, allowing his understanding of the Tao of space to become clearer and clearer. This was countless times more effective than absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. Expanding the small sealed worlds heaven and earth and absorbing space force had inadvertently formed a virtuous cycle. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more diligent. Inside the sealed world bead was expanding every day, and Yang Kai was also growing every day. With him breaking through the shackles of the first-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai broke through to the second-order origin returning realm in the sealed world bead. After all, he had already reached the peak of the first-order origin returning realm in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and if he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through at that time. Still, Yang Kai did not stop his pace of exploration, repeating the same process all the time. As his strength increased, his Saint Qi became purer, and his spiritual energy soared. Yang Kai's overall strength improved. Even that wisp of divine clone was strengthened and nourished. Feeling tired, Yang Kai decided to take a short break. With no one to relieve his boredom, Yang Kai released the stone mongoose and talked to it for a while. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, was still very interested in the second stone mongoose. Even if this stone mongoose's sentience was incomplete, and it could only be controlled by Yang Kai's soul clone, it was still the only member of Xiao Xiao's race. Xiao Xiao attached great importance to the stone mongoose, so whenever it found something good, Xiao Xiao would share it with it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai did not know how long he stayed in this sealed world bead, but he had consumed all the space spirit crystals he had. He had also expanded this sealed world bead from its original 300-meter radius to a 100-kilometer radius, and he was making new progress every day. Within this 100-kilometer radius, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was far from the end of the sealed world bead, and in this unknown place, there were more secrets that made one's heart itch. One day, Yang Kai stood up and expanded his divine sense outwards. In an instant, every blade of grass and tree within a 100-kilometer radius was imprinted on his divine sense. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand in front of him and a vortex suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly as a huge suction force emerged from it. Yang Kai did not resist, allowing the vortex to suck him in, and in the next moment he disappeared. Chapter 1533. Star Emperor Mountain, Absolute Sky Peak. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain, and at the top of the quiet peak, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding world energy madly converged towards a certain point, gradually forming a vortex. At first, this vortex was very small, but as more and more world energy poured in, it grew larger and larger until it was only a few dozen meters in diameter. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex. It was as if he had traveled through space and stood proudly in midair. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of anyone, only an altar standing alone not far away, completely exposed to the sun and wind. Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not surprised by this scene. Although he did not know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it was certainly not 10 days or half a month, but at least a few years. After such a long time had passed, it was naturally impossible for Yi Shiyun and the others to have been waiting here for him. Most likely, they had already returned to High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai tried to sense the Dragon Bone Sword and Firebird artifact spirit, but there was no trace of them, so they had probably been taken back by Yi Shiyun. Qi Tianche and Fang Peng were dead, and on Shadowed Star, the three behemoths that dominated all the great forces had fallen, so no one could stop High Heaven Sect's advance. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the sect, Yang Kai felt very relieved, so he did not have much to worry about. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that all of Star Emperor Mountain was silent, without the slightest aura. It seemed that the cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain had also evacuated, but Yang Kai did not know if they had followed Yang Xiuzhu and the others to High Heaven Sect or if they had dispersed. The former was more likely to be the case. With no one here, Yang Kai naturally did not want to stay any longer. Turning around, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed towards the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly and disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two Emperor artifact beads, the Sealed World bead. This was an incredible treasure. Inside it was a world of its own. With it, a problem that had been lingering in Yang Kai's mind for a long time could be easily solved. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that if he could completely refine this Sealed World bead and complete its world principles, he could even allow a third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator to break through to the Origin King realm. The reason why a cultivator on Shadowed Star could not break through to the Origin King realm was because of the suppression of its world principles. However, the Sealed World bead was an independent world with its own world principles that were not bound by Shadowed Star's laws. This was definitely a feasible method, but it was still too early to think about it. Although Yang Kai's study of the Tao of Space had expanded the small sealed world to a radius of 100 kilometers, he was still far from being able to completely unseal and refine it. After observing for a while, Yang Kai put the Sealed World bead back into his body and casually stepped forward. A moment ago, he was still at the top of Sky Soaring Peak, and the next moment he was halfway up it. Taking another step, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the mountain. His speed was unimaginably fast. The Tao of Space was infinitely mysterious, and during his time in the Sealed World bead, Yang Kai's control of this power had grown tremendously. This kind of rapid movement was no different from the legendary teleportation, and it was impossible to track. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of space. Compared to Yang Kai's initial mastery of tearing space, this was much more profound. Tearing space was a process that could easily be interfered with by the power of a master, but now, Yang Kai's movements were as smooth as an antelope's horns, no longer hindered by his previous movements. If there was a flaw, though, there was one. It was better to tear space and run as far as possible. With Yang Kai's current strength, tearing space once was enough for him to cross 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers, but this kind of movement would only allow him to cross a dozen kilometers at most. Between the two, there were advantages and disadvantages, and it was impossible to say which was better. But at the same time, both consumed a great deal of Saint Qi. Yang Kai continued to move, familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of Space, and only after running a few 100,000 kilometers did he summon his star shuttle and continue on his way. Continuously using the Tao of Space to travel was a bit of a burden on him, so it was better to use his star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, the roars and cries of beasts resounded through the sky. A group of 4 or 5 cultivators, old and young, male and female, were jointly besieging a huge and ferocious monster beast. This monster beast had a tiger's head, elephant feet, and a leopard tail, giving it a majestic appearance. The tiger's head was copper in color and seemed to be extremely sturdy, and there were some strange lines on its body that gave it a mysterious appearance. The cracked copperhead tiger was an 8th-order monster beast with thick skin and thick flesh. The cultivator who had surrounded it was an old man at the 2nd-order Saint King realm, while the rest were only saints. From the way these people addressed each other, it was obvious that they were cultivators from some small family who had come to this plane to hunt the monster beast to earn saint crystals. An 8th order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. However, this cracked copperhead tiger was at the peak of the 8th order, so even if it was besieged, it was still able to display its ferocity, constantly spitting out powerful energy balls from its mouth, preventing the cultivators from the small families from approaching. However, the old man was an experienced cultivator, so even in this dangerous battle, the cultivators from his family did not suffer any fatal injuries. As long as there was enough time, this group of cultivators might have a chance to kill this cracked copperhead tiger. All of a sudden, an energy fluctuation rushed over from the distance. In the crowd, a young girl in green clothes looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone's coming." The old man heard the shout and looked up, his eyes narrowing. He was older and could tell at a glance that this person's strength was not low, otherwise, they would not have been able to move at such speed. Just as he was wondering whether this person was friend or foe, he let the cracked copperhead tiger break free from his grasp. This 8th order monster beast had been besieged for a long time and had already displayed its ferocity. After it broke free, not only did it not run away, it instead pounced directly towards the young girl in green clothes, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her neck. The young girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. For a moment, she panicked and hurriedly summoned an artifact, but it was unable to stop the other party's attack. Seeing the other party's fangs getting closer and closer to her, a trace of horror flashed across the young girl's eyes. Shouts and shouts came from all around as the young girl saw her second uncle desperately rushing over, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it was obviously too late. She could see death beckoning to her. At that moment, a breeze seemed to blow past her, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was like a towering mountain, blocking the incoming storm and giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Guang Dang. A loud bang rang out, mixed with the whimper of the monster beast. The young girl clearly saw the person in front of her throw a punch, and the cracked copperhead tiger, which she and her group had been besieging for so long, was sent flying like a sandbag. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the blow. After falling to the ground, it only bounced a few times before falling completely still. As the wind blew, the plains fell silent. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover from their shock for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the cracked copperhead tiger was only an 8th order monster beast, its head was notoriously hard. Even if an origin-returning realm master were to face it, it would be impossible for them to deform its head with just a single punch. Looking at this sturdy figure, for some reason, the young girl in green's heart beat violently and her nose twitched slightly. She smelled a scent from this person that made her feel extremely comfortable. Secretly glancing at this person, the young girl was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be very old, just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably happy. "Sorry, I seem to have ruined your loot." Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He also recognized what this monster beast was. It was a cracked copperhead tiger, and the two most valuable things on its body were its monster core and its head. The former was highly sought after by alchemists, while the latter was sought after by artifact refiners. Now that he had deformed this monster beast's head with a single punch, its value would definitely decrease. The old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard Qinshi speak, and his expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, little brother." "Little brother, you're too serious. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, would have probably lost her life a long time ago. This old man still has to thank little brother for your help, so how could I dare blame you?" "Old sir is too polite. You seem to have been distracted by my sudden arrival," Yang Kai chuckled. "If we really want to talk about it, it's my fault." Seeing him act so amiably, the old man also relaxed. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the strength of the other party seemed to be quite high. If he really had any malicious intent, the old man would have no way to resist. Fortunately, the other party didn't have such thoughts and was actually quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. "I just came here to ask where this place is." Yang Kai looked at the old man. "This is Blue Wave Plain," the old man replied. Blue Wave Plain. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this place before, so he didn't know where he was on Shadowed Star right now. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of space, but as a result he had lost his way. Where is the nearest city from here? Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 li to the west from here, there's a Jade Wave City. That's the nearest city. Is there a space array there? As far as this old man knows, there is one, but that space array doesn't seem to be open to outsiders and is only for internal use. If little brother wants to use that space array, he can set out from Blue Wave City and go to Heaven Battling City, 200,000 kilometers away. There is a space array there that is open to the public. Oh? Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. He had not expected that he would actually end up in the vicinity of Heaven Battling City. And, strictly speaking, Blue Wave City can be regarded as a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, so there is some connection between the two. The old man, as the cultivator of a small family here, naturally knew this information in detail. Chapter 1534. Heaven Battling City now belongs to High Heaven Sect. The girl in green, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly interjected. She seemed to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Just now, Yang Kai had descended from the heavens to save her life, so at her age, she was most sensitive to scenes of a hero saving a damsel in distress. What's more, from the side, Yang Kai's face was hard and firm, his back was sturdy, and he was quite young. The aura he gave off made her feel very comfortable, so of course she wanted to highlight her existence and attract his attention. High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at her. The girl's face blushed slightly, but she quickly explained, You must have heard of it. It's a sect that has risen in recent years. I heard that their headquarters is in the Lu Yen Desert. Even Star Emperor Mountain, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were destroyed by them. Now, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect. She chattered endlessly, seemingly having an endless amount of things to say. Her temperament was quite lively. The old man glared at the girl, secretly scolding the little girl for not understanding the gravity of the situation. It's fine, I've heard of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. You can continue. I won't disturb you any longer. He had come here to inquire about the location of the nearest city, and now that he had obtained the information he needed, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. But just as he was about to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out, Wait! What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Second uncle, we've been out for a while now, shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, father and the others will be worried. What's more, third brother and the others are all injured, so it's not suitable for them to stay here any longer. The girl in green looked at the old man and said, What you said makes sense, it's time to go back. The old man gently nodded. Then let's go with him. We can take care of each other along the way, the green-clothed girl suggested. The old man looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. To be honest, he certainly hoped to go with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had just shown his strength. Although there was no great danger on the way back, it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yang Kai's help, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's suggestion, but he didn't know what Yang Kai meant. Alright, it just so happens that I don't know the exact location of Blue Wave City, so I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Since it was on the way, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Thank you, little brother. The old man was overjoyed. I'll go collect the materials. The green-clothed girl cheered and ran towards the dead cracked copper-head tiger. The old man smiled bitterly, secretly shaking his head, and said apologetically, Little brother, please don't blame her. Failure is born like this. But don't worry, little brother, I'll give you the materials later. No need, you can keep them. These things are of no use to me. Yang Kai waved his hand. The body of an 8th-grade monster beast was indeed of no use to him. The wealth Yang Kai possessed was unimaginable for ordinary people. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. After confirming that Yang Kai didn't need those materials, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The inner core and head of the copper-head tiger were good profits for them. Soon, the green-clothed girl, with the help of the others, finished processing the monster beast's body. It could be seen that these young people were familiar with this and were familiar with it. It was obvious that they often did this kind of thing. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai set off with these people, rushing towards Blue Wave City. The green-clothed girl's temperament was indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once a chatterbox was opened, she couldn't stop asking questions and chattered on endlessly. What was Yang Kai's name? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? She didn't seem to know how to avoid the taboo questions at all and asked logically. Anyway, they were in a hurry, so Yang Kai chatted with her as a way to pass the time. After all was said and done, she didn't get much information about Yang Kai, but she explained her own background thoroughly. The old man was embarrassed as he listened. Fortunately, he could see that Yang Kai wasn't a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go. He secretly decided to teach the girl a lesson when they returned to the family, to let her know that people were sinister and that she shouldn't talk about these things with strangers in the future. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monster beast blocking the way, but the old man and the others didn't have to worry at all. They were easily dealt with by Yang Kai. It was a big gain for them. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Yang Kai. Everyone seemed to be about the same age, but in terms of strength, Yang Kai surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong was a cultivator's innate nature, and Yang Kai's performance had completely conquered these young people. The distance of tens of thousands of miles. If Yang Kai were to travel alone, it would only take him 1 or 2 hours, but with the old man and the others, it took him a whole day. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone walked to the city gate and handed over some crystal stones before smoothly entering the city. Many thanks for your guidance, we will part here. Please take care of yourselves. Kai Yang cupped his fists and with a flicker, he dove into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The green-clothed girl called out a few times, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't turn around, she couldn't help but pout unhappily. Let's go, let's sell this time's harvest first. I wonder what kind of price we can get, the old man sighed before leading the way. Yang Kai walked through the spacious streets of Blue Wave City, looking around with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to find Blue Wave City's space array. Since this place was a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, it was also a subsidiary of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master of Blue Wave City, it was not a problem for Yang Kai to use the space array. Yang Kai believed that the city lord of Blue Wave City would not be so blind. However, after being in retreat in the small sealed world for several years, now that he was free, Yang Kai wanted to relax. Along the way, enjoying the local customs and walking around the shops, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his state of mind unconsciously stabilizing. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai had broken through to the second-order origin returning realm, so he had to stabilize his state of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this task. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the 3rd floor, Yang Kai ordered the waiter to bring him some good wine and dishes while he sat down by the window and looked out at the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious delicacies. Kai Yang tasted the strong wine while eating the delicious food, feeling content and contented. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced faintly at the 2 cultivator at a nearby table, a look of interest flashing across his eyes. On the 3rd floor, there weren't many guests, and these 2 were talking loudly just now. Yang Kai seemed to have heard these 2 mention High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect's rise had been rapid, and although he had inquired a little about High Heaven Sect's recent situation from the girl in green and knew that the sect was now quite famous, Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Now that he heard someone talking about his sect, he naturally wanted to hear more. But to his disappointment, the 2 didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation and instead changed the topic to something irrelevant. Yang Kai shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. A moment later, the 2 men finished eating and one of them, a burly man with a fierce face, shouted, "Shopkeeper! His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing this man's face, everyone quickly averted their eyes, seemingly not daring to provoke him. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, and an elderly man quickly ran up from downstairs. When he arrived in front of the two people at the table, he nodded and bowed with a face full of smiles. "Two sirs, are you satisfied with the food?" "It's just so," the burly man replied casually while picking his teeth. "To master, please forgive me." The shopkeeper bowed and said, Next time this old man will definitely provide more delicious food to satisfy two masters." "Good, at least you have some eyesight. I'll let you off for today, but where are the things?" The burly man glanced sideways at the shopkeeper. "This old man has brought them, would two master like to count them?" The shopkeeper said as he put a package in his hand on the table. The burly man didn't act polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-rank St. crystals suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The burly man swept it with his divine sense and immediately knew how many St. crystals there were, causing his face to sink as he shouted, "Why is there so little? Old dog, do you not put this king in your eyes? Is this all you're supposed to pay this month?" The shopkeeper suddenly panicked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cried out, "Master, please understand, this old man's restaurant's business hasn't been very good recently, so there is a shortage of St. crystals. This old man asks two master to forgive him for a few days. This old man will definitely make up for it when the time comes." "Forgive you for a few days?" The burly man coldly snorted. "If this king forgives you, who will forgive this king? If this task is not completed, the one who will be punished is this king." Saying so, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to immediately turn to dust. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright as he knelt down and cried out, "Master, please don't be angry, this old man only needs a few days, just a few days. Please allow this, master." "Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days. I'll come back here in 3 days. If you still dare to be wishy-washy at that time, I'll tear down your restaurant and twist your head off. Yes, I will not disappoint master when the time comes," the shopkeeper said repeatedly. "Let's go." The burly man stood up impatiently, stuffed the bag of St. crystals into his space ring and left. It wasn't until they left that the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, a sorrowful look on his face, and began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. After a while, after cleaning up, the shopkeeper bowed again and apologized to the surrounding guests before letting out a deep sigh, appearing even more senile than before. Chapter 1535. "Shopkeeper, come over here," Yang Kai beckoned to him. He had been watching from the sidelines just now and didn't know what was going on, so he wanted to inquire. After all, this place was somewhat related to High Heaven sect. "What orders does honored guest have? Would you like some wine and food?" The shopkeeper came over to Yang Kai and asked with a forced smile. "Wine and food are not urgent." Yang Kai smiled lightly before glancing suspiciously towards the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? But not only do they not have to pay, they even want you to give them St. crystals. The shopkeeper looked stunned as he glanced around and found that the other guests were all drinking and enjoying themselves, not paying any attention to what was happening here, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Is honored guest new to Blue Wave City?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then you should leave early. Blue Wave City is not a place to stay for long," the shopkeeper said with a secretive look on his face as he waved his hand repeatedly. "Not a place to stay for long?" Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that something bad is about to happen here? He saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, and the situation inside was calm, as if there were no signs of something big happening. "Ha!" The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Honored guest, please listen to this old man's advice. If you want to leave, you should leave quickly. If you stay here for too long, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean? Please explain clearly, shopkeeper." Yang Kai stared at him with scorching eyes. "I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, a property of High Heaven sect. How could there be someone who dares act against this city? I can't say. Although this old man doesn't have many years left to live, he doesn't want to die so early. Honored guest, please help yourself. The shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his expression ugly as he turned to leave. I am from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai quickly said. What? The shopkeeper's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. Don't be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled. I am a disciple of High Heaven sect and have received orders from the sect master to come here to investigate. If Senior has something to say, please speak frankly. I would like to know if there is someone who doesn't want to live and dares not put my High Heaven sect in their eyes. You're from High Heaven sect? Are you really from High Heaven sect? The shopkeeper looked both excited and suspicious as he leaned over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, elder. Your words may come out of your mouth, but they enter my ears. I won't go around talking nonsense. Yang Kai comforted him in a soft voice. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating about something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down across from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poured a glass of wine for the shopkeeper, who took a sip. Strong wine bolstered one's courage and brewed his mood before he said, Honored guest may not know, but the reason I asked you to leave quickly is not because someone wants to harm High Heaven sect, nor is it because something bad is about to happen in Blue Wave City, but because this is not a place for people to stay. Then please tell me in detail what happened. Junior will be grateful. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It's a long story. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Honored guest, you saw the attitude of those two people just now. Who are they? City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion? Yang Kai was stunned. Honored guest also finds it strange, right? The City Lord's mansion is supposed to protect us, so why would they come to this small shop to extort St. Crystals? The shopkeeper's tone was low, because this is a tax collected by the City Lord's mansion. Yang Kai frowned. Any shop that operates in Blue Wave City must turn over at least 70% of its income to the City Lord's mansion. The remaining 30% is barely enough to cover all kinds of expenses, but that's not enough to stop these people from finding all kinds of excuses to extort it. This small shop is alone and can't resist. A few days ago, someone even died in this shop. The shopkeeper complained. It seemed that because he had drunk some wine, his courage had grown a lot, and as he spoke, his expression became resentful. Is this the City Lord's mansion's intention? Yang Kai asked coldly. Otherwise, how could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just now came to collect taxes. Since the taxes here are so high, why doesn't Old Sir leave Blue Wave City and find another way to make a living? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the City Lord's mansion discovers anyone trying to escape, they will be killed without mercy. The heads hanging on the city walls are a bloody lesson. Not only are small businesses like us bound here, but all the small families and cultivator living in the city are also like this. The various benefits they obtain from their adventures outside must also be turned over to the City Lord's mansion. As long as there is resistance, they will be targeted. Several small families have already been destroyed. Saying so, the shopkeeper glanced at Yang Kai cautiously and asked softly, Little brother, may this old man be so bold as to ask, is this an order issued by High Heaven sect? How could High Heaven sect issue such an order? Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he coldly snorted, My High Heaven sect would never do such a thing. And what about Heaven Battling City? Does Heaven Battling City not care? This old man doesn't know, but if Heaven Battling City were to care, this shouldn't have happened. I just don't know if this is the intention of Heaven Battling City or Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. However, I heard that since Heaven Battling City changed hands, the taxes there have been particularly low, which has attracted many people, but now it is overcrowded. Many people were attracted by the name of High Heaven sect and wanted to join, but they couldn't find a way to do so. Unable to enter Heaven Battling City, they could only settle for the next best thing and go to places related to High Heaven sect, Blue Wave City being one of them. Outsiders may not be able to see the insidious darkness hidden under Blue Wave City, but this old man is more than clear about it, which is why I want you to leave as soon as possible. If you live here for too long, you will be added to the register and won't be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. Although there were many onlookers, none of them dared to make any moves, but when they looked at the old man and the young girl, they all showed looks of sympathy. Blue Wave City's taxes were so high and the exploitation was so heavy that almost everyone could barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Moreover, they couldn't escape from this place, so when people went out for adventures, if they had any gains, they would find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade them without being discovered, avoiding the harsh taxes. This kind of phenomenon was commonplace in Blue Wave City. The old man and his group had been unlucky this time, accidentally bumping into someone from the city lord's mansion, causing them to suffer a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Two friends, it's not that we ignored the orders of the city lord's mansion, but we were originally going to pay the St. Crystals after this transaction, but we didn't have time to do so." "Old dog, your words sound good, heh. I wonder what you're really thinking." The burly man obviously didn't believe such words. Chapter 1536. Since I've run into the two of you here, this old man won't have to make a trip himself. Please accept these St. Crystals and don't refuse. The old man said as he winked at the girl in green. The girl in green clutched her space ring and shook her head repeatedly, obviously unwilling to hand over the gains from this adventure. These were gains they had risked their lives to obtain. "Take them out," the old man shouted. Under his dignified gaze, the girl in green reluctantly took out a package from her space ring and handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed out a smile and said humbly, "These are all the St. Crystals we obtained. I hope the two master will kindly accept them." Saying so, the old man tossed the package over. The big man opposite him reached out and caught it, weighing it for a moment before his eyes couldn't help lighting up. "A good harvest, old dog." "Ha, our luck was quite good this time," the old man chuckled. In the past, they hadn't obtained so many gains during their adventures, but this time, they had followed Yang Kai, so their gains had indeed been much greater. "Two master will take our leave first." The old man cupped his fists slightly, not intending to stay here for long. "Wait, I didn't say you could leave. Which one of you dares?" The big man threw the package to his companion and shouted, "What other advice does master have for us?" The old man clutched his chest and asked in a panic. "This time, you secretly traded with father here and now you've been caught red-handed. What about before? Where did all the St. Crystals go before father here?" The big man asked with an unfriendly look. "Master, we've always paid St. Crystals according to the rules of our previous transactions. Never once have we missed a single payment. I ask the master to judge clearly." The old man was shocked. "Heh, judge clearly or not, I have my own judgment. Today, either you hand over all the St. Crystals you obtained in previous transactions and I'll spare your lives, or all of you will remain here." The big man coldly snorted. "Master, you're making things too difficult for us," the old man said anxiously. "We've never done this kind of thing before. How can we hand over all these St. Crystals?" "Yes, almost all of our St. Crystals have been taken away by you. Where can we find any extra to give you?" The girl in green also shouted. "Little girl, your courage isn't small." The big man glanced at the girl gloomily, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he stared more intently at the girl's exquisite body, a lustful light flashing across his eyes as he chuckled to himself. The old man noticed this and knew that's not good, so he quickly pulled the girl in green behind him. "Master, I'll let you go this time." The big man stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. After a while, he nodded and said, "All right, this king is not an unreasonable person. In fact, I'm very easy to talk to. Since this is your first offense, it's not impossible for me to let you go this time." "Master, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking." Chuckling meaningfully, the big man pointed to the girl in green behind the old man and said, If you don't have any Saint crystals, you can hand her over. Leave this little girl behind and everyone else scram." As soon as this remark came out, the girl in green's pretty face immediately paled. The old man also panicked and hurriedly said, "Master, her is still young." "Young? This king doesn't think she's young at all." The big man chuckled and his expression changed as he fiercely shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave the little girl behind and the rest of you scram. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll kill all of you." The old man and the others kept silent out of fear, not daring to show the anger in their hearts. They could only cast pleading eyes around, hoping that the onlookers would speak up for them or help them. But when they met his gaze, everyone turned away. The old man's heart sank, never having expected that things would develop to this point. The girl in green also showed a look of despair. "What's so lively here? I'll also take a look." An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in robes striding over. He had a stalwart figure and a strange smile on his face as he carried a wine jug in his hand. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and his demeanor was unrestrained, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. While striding over, he gulped down a mouthful of wine and grinned meaningfully. "Why? I heard someone wants to kill someone." "Big Brother Yang." The girl in green cried out, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. The old man and the others also wore strange expressions. The crowd parted on their own accord and Yang Kai walked straight to the old man and the others, sweeping them with his divine sense before gently nodding. The old man's injuries weren't too serious, otherwise, with his second-order Saint King cultivation, he would have been killed in one move by this big man. After all, this big man was a cultivator of the first-order origin returning realm. "Little brother." The old man opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai gratefully, but he still said, "Why did you bother to wade into these muddy waters?" He sighed slightly, a look of guilt filling his face. He knew that Yang Kai must have taken the initiative to show up because they had traveled together before and had formed some kind of friendship. He also knew that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable. But this was Blue Wave City, and Yang Kai was one person with two fists. If he really intervened, it was likely he wouldn't be able to protect himself. "Old sir, you don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help smiling bitterly and didn't say anything more. "Boy, who are you?" The big man's face sank as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "I'm just here to watch the fun." Yang Kai grinned at him. "Boy, you court death." The big man shouted angrily. Ever since Blue Wave City and High Heaven Sect became involved, no one dared to act presumptuously here. As a member of the City Lord's mansion, he was respected wherever he went, but today, a young man who didn't know the meaning of death dared to ridicule him. Naturally, he was furious. With a shout, the big man rushed in front of Yang Kai and summoned a hammer-like artifact that flashed brilliantly as he viciously smashed it towards Yang Kai. The onlookers exclaimed, and the old man's heart also jumped. The green-clothed girl screamed. It seemed that in the next moment, that artifact would smash Yang Kai's head to pieces. Yang Kai threw out a punch to meet the hammer. Guang dang. A loud bang rang out, but Yang Kai remained unscathed. Instead, the hammer artifact was sent flying by a powerful force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised the wine jug in his hand and slammed it down on the big man's head. With a loud crash, the wine jug shattered and the strong wine splashed all over the big man's face. Before he could recover from his shock, a big foot flew towards him and kicked him in the face. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the big man was sent flying like a paper kite. His face was covered in blood, giving him a terrifying appearance. His nose, which had been kicked by Kai Yang, had been smashed into smithereens. Countless of his teeth had been knocked out. The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. What shocked everyone was not Yang Kai's strength, but that he dared to attack someone from the City Lord's mansion in Blue Wave City. Feeling a sharp pain, the big man howled and shouted, "You dare hit me! So what if I hit you?" Who told you to be an idiot who didn't know how to appreciate kindness? Not only did father not want your life, but you even dared to accuse me. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, a mocking expression on his face. These words sounded familiar, as if the big man had just ridiculed the girl. The big man's face was dull. His companion's expression also changed as he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. To be able to defeat the burly man in an instant, the other party's strength was not something he could contend with. Even if he wanted to regain face for the burly man, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, he retreated quickly, wanting to report this matter to the city lord's mansion and ask for help. I didn't say you could leave, so how could you? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shot a golden blood thread towards the big man. A golden light flashed, and in the next moment, the man who was running away screamed and fell to the ground. There were no wounds, but his vitality was quickly being extinguished. He was dead. Everyone's eyes bulged. If Yang Kai daring to attack the city lord's mansion's people just now had shocked the onlookers, then this scene made them feel like their guts were about to explode. Someone from the city lord's mansion had been killed. How could this be? In the past few years, no one had ever dared to oppose the city lord's mansion. Anyone who had such thoughts had been destroyed. But today, there was a young man who killed a martial artist from the city lord's mansion under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to imagine that he would face the wrath of the city lord's mansion. Even if he had great ability, he would not be able to escape from Blue Wave City. He would die without a doubt. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's gazes towards Yang Kai changed, becoming filled with fear and horror, all of them subconsciously distancing themselves from him so as not to be misunderstood as having anything to do with him and be implicated by him. Little brother, the old man also looked incredulous. On the other hand, and the other young people looked excited, looking at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, as if he was their idol. Young people were always hot-blooded. I just killed a piece of trash. Old sir doesn't need to be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled, looking indifferent. Little brother, you should leave quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Take advantage of the fact that the news hasn't spread. Leave now and you still have a chance to live. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late, the old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Leave? Why should I leave? Yang Kai shook his head. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a dull gaze. You're not leaving? Do you still want to stay? Yes. Chapter 1537. Yang Kai had a fearless look on his face as he spoke in an arrogant tone. The old man stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. After confirming that he was not drunk, he could not help shaking his head. I really don't know what you young people are thinking. Don't worry, since I've run into you today, it's time to clean up the garbage in Blue Wave City. Old sir, you just need to watch. This old man doesn't know what you're relying on, but this matter is still caused by us, so this old man will follow little brother. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. He obviously did not have a good opinion of Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was a little too hot-blooded and impulsive. Even so, he chose to stay, not letting Yang Kai fight alone. Many thanks, old sir. Yang Kai smiled silently. Big brother Yang, we will also live and die with you. The green-clothed girl's face was flushed red as she shouted excitedly. Her fellow clan members all nodded, their eyes showing a kind of courage to face death with equanimity. Good. Yang Kai nodded. You can just stand by for me. Nonsense. The old man was so anxious that he stomped his feet. You're too much. He was willing to stay with Yang Kai because he was prepared to die so that the young people in his clan could escape, but how could he have known they would make such an impulsive choice? He flew into a rage. Old sir, you can rest assured that they will be safe and sound, Yang Kai said casually, his face full of confidence. Young people really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Does he not know how big of a mess he's made? Does he not know who he has killed? Haha, this is interesting. Someone actually dares to oppose the city lord's mansion. This is going to be a good show. How could the city lord's mansion let him off so easily? What a pity, such a good young man will die in Blue Wave City today, what a pity. The whispers of the onlookers came from all around. Many people were pointing at Yang Kai. There were more cultivators who heard the news and came here to join in the fun. For a moment, the street was packed with people. Yang Kai and the others were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The previously arrogant burly man had a dull look on his face. He watched as his companion was killed by Yang Kai with a raise of his hand, dying a tragic death not far away. A chill ran down his spine, and his expression became one of fear. He had never thought that there would really be someone who would dare to kill people in Blue Wave City, let alone someone from the City Lord's mansion. The sunlight in front of him seemed to be blocked. Looking up, he saw Kai Yang standing in front of him with his arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were like a dragon overlooking an ant, disdainfully disdainful. "Little brother, please spare my life." The burly man struggled to get up and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, "Little brother, please spare my life. I was a snob and unintentionally offended little brother. I ask little brother's master to be magnanimous and not bother with me." Compared to his own life, this little bit of shame was nothing. He no longer had the courage to challenge Yang Kai. "You want to live?" Yang Kai smiled at him. The burly man nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming soft. "I can also spare your life." "Many thanks, little brother, many thanks." The burly man cried bitterly, "I wonder what little brother's orders are." He was not stupid, knowing that Yang Kai was willing to let him go for a price. "Is your city lord still in the mansion?" Yang Kai asked. Yes, the city lord's master is in the mansion." "Good, lead the way." Yang Kai motioned. The burly man was stunned, his expression becoming extremely strange. "Hurry up." Yang Kai kicked him and shouted. Yes. The burly man quickly got up, not daring to delay any longer, quickly leading the way. Come with me, we're going to the city lord's mansion to make a scene." Yang Kai beckoned to the green-clothed girl and the others. "Oh." The several young people immediately followed. The old man was in a daze until Yang Kai and the others squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. Only then did he snap back to his senses, stomping his feet, and hurriedly followed. The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man really seemed to have a death wish. After killing someone from the City Lord's mansion in Blue Wave City, instead of running away, he actually wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion to make a scene. There was actually such a bold person in this world. What kind of background did he have? Did he really have someone to rely on, or was he just acting recklessly? With great curiosity, everyone wanted to know what the final fate of this young man would be, so naturally, they all followed. For a time, the entire Blue Wave City was in a state of turmoil as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the City Lord's mansion under the leadership of Yang Kai, creating a grand scene. However, they were just here to watch the fun. If they really wanted to oppose the City Lord's mansion, none of them had the guts. In the center of Blue Wave City, in front of a magnificent palace, several dozen cultivators stood guard. With such a big incident happening in the city, naturally news had been sent back to the City Lord's mansion. Blue Wave City's City Lord was furious and immediately ordered the army to meet the enemy. He wanted to see which bastard had eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to provoke him. Blue Wave City was a subsidiary city of Heaven Battling City, so there were a large number of cultivators in the City Lord's mansion. It was not a weak force, and there were also a large number of cultivators scattered throughout the city to deal with unexpected events. The City Lord himself and the members of the Elder Council were all origin-returning realm masters, with 2 of them having reached the 3rd order. In terms of the strength of a single city, such a lineup was not weak. At this moment, City Lord Danning was standing outside the City Lord's mansion with his hands behind his back, staring at the bustling crowd in the distance. His gaze soon settled on a young man. He could tell at a glance that this young man was the one leading the trouble. One of his subordinates, his face covered in blood, walked in front of him humbly, seemingly leading the way for the young man. The sound of gulping could be heard as the city lord's mansion cultivator looked at the countless cultivators following the young man and felt a little uneasy. "What are you panicking for?" Dan Ing shouted. "These people are just going with the flow. They don't have the guts to oppose my city lord's mansion. As long as we kill the leading young man, the others will be nothing more than chickens and dogs. City lord's master is right, don't panic." Someone from the elder council echoed. Hearing this, the cultivator was secretly relieved. After a while, Yang Kai and the others arrived outside the city lord's mansion, but except for him and a few people from the old man's family, the rest of the onlookers had already stopped 1,000 meters away. This was also the rule of Blue Wave City. No one was allowed to set foot within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, otherwise they would be killed. The onlookers were afraid of the city lord's mansion's prestige, so naturally, they did not dare to cross the line. "Is that your city lord?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to Dan Ing and asked the big man in front of him. The big man's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "Deacon Lu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people to make trouble in front of the city lord's mansion?" Dan Ing stared at the big man majestically and asked. The big man raised his head and glanced at Dan Ing, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he circulated his Saint Chi and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Dan Ing. Yang Kai sneered but did not stop him, as if he had expected this scene. "City Lord Master, please forgive me," the big man shouted. "This subordinate did not bring people to make trouble. This subordinate was simply forced." "Who dared to force you?" Dan Ying's expression became cold. "It's that little brat." The big man turned back and pointed to Yang Kai, freeing himself from Yang Kai's control. Standing next to Dan Ing, the big man felt a sense of security and no longer had any scruples. Pointing to Yang Kai, he grit his teeth and said, "This subordinate was with Deacon Zhou just now and was collecting taxes, but that little brat didn't put us in his eyes and killed Deacon Zhou. In order to survive, this subordinate had no choice but to compromise and lead that little bastard to the city lord's mansion to be dealt with by the city lord's master." Obviously, this subordinate was trying to live a humble life, but in the big man's mouth, he had turned into someone who was willing to endure hardships and wait for a tiger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and could not help looking at the big man in a new light. "Then well done." Dan Ing nodded lightly. "Idiot. Do you think you're safe standing next to your city lord? If I wanted to kill you, even your city lord wouldn't be able to protect you." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous." Dan Ing shouted, "Little brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some ability you can look down on everyone in the world. This city lord would like to see how you can kill Deacon Lu in front of me. Then watch carefully." Yang Kai grinned and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye, followed by the appearance of a budding lotus flower. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. A scream rang out as the big man standing next to Dan Ing clutched his head and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. The scream was extremely tragic, as if the man had suffered some kind of unimaginable torture, causing everyone who heard it to be greatly shocked. No one knew what the big man had suffered to cause him such pain. In less than 3 breaths, a muffled bang rang out. The big man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains splattering all over the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Gasps could be heard from all directions. Dan Ing and the other cultivator from Blue Wave City's Elder Council all trembled as their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. The green-clothed girl standing behind Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to be able to react to what had happened, but soon her pretty face turned white and she ran to the side to retch. Even ordinary defensive artifacts could not withstand the sharpness of these golden threads and were cut in half, losing a great deal of their spirituality and becoming completely useless. Screams rang out endlessly. Blood splashed as severed limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Heads flew into the air as corpses fell one after another. The cultivator in the city lord's mansion screamed in horror. Those who were still alive saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from Yang Kai. You think you can run away? Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a faint sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads flew faster and faster. It was like a dance of demons. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light and heard blood-curdling screams. As for what was happening on the battlefield, only a few people could see clearly. Quick, send a message to Heaven Battling City and have City Lord Ouyang come quickly. Dan Ying's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted to a person next to him. He faintly felt that even he was not this young man's opponent, so he did not hesitate to call for reinforcements. Hearing this order, the man did not hesitate to turn around and rush into the city lord's mansion. The tragic screams still continued, but they gradually weakened compared to before. Gradually, no one screamed anymore. The golden light slowly converged, revealing the area of territory. Everyone looked over, and after seeing the situation clearly, their feet began to cramp. With Yang Kai as the center, there was not a single living person within a 10-meter radius. All the enemies who had just swarmed up to attack him had died tragically on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making everyone feel nauseous. 1,000 meters away, the onlookers' cultivator were stunned, some of them constantly rubbing their eyes, subconsciously rejecting what they had just seen. Behind Yang Kai, the old man, the girl in green, and the others were also stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai's back, their mouths wide open, unable to close. The girl in green's tender body was trembling, half out of fear and disgust, and the other half out of excitement. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to come to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, and she had agreed, but now she knew that Yang Kai did not need anyone to help him. He could destroy the entire city lord's mansion by himself. The scene became eerily quiet, and a breeze blew past, carrying the smell of blood to every corner of Blue Wave City. Almost no one had ever seen such a large-scale massacre. Broken limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and organs and blood covered the ground. It could no longer be described as bloody and cruel. Dan Ying and the members of the Elder Council almost collapsed. Kill him. Kill them all. After a short while, a man walked out of the city lord's mansion with a majestic gait. Behind him, one origin returning realm master after another appeared, all of them wearing arrogant expressions. Dan Ying greets City Lord Liang. Dan Ying hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted. He had just sent a message to Liang Yong, but he hadn't expected the other party to rush over through the space array so quickly. Now they were saved. The masters of Heaven Battling City were far more powerful than those of Blue Wave City, so no matter how strong that little brat was, he would have no choice but to surrender in front of City Lord Liang. Liang Yong nodded lightly, glanced at Dan Ying, and coldly snorted, "You're becoming more and more useless as a city lord. I heard that someone was causing trouble here, but you couldn't solve it? City Lord Liang, please forgive me." Dan Ying broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly apologized. The strength of that little brat who caused trouble is truly extraordinary. Several dozen of this one's subordinates were brutally killed by him. I ask City Lord Liang to uphold justice for this Dan Ying. Since this city lord has come, naturally I will not sit idly by. Who is the one causing trouble here, not giving my high heaven sect face? Liang Yong coldly snorted. Chapter 1539. It's that little brat. Hearing Liang Yong's question, Dan Ying pointed and grit his teeth. It's him. He doesn't put our high heaven sect in his eyes at all. This Dan has clearly told him that Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect and that this Dan is also City Lord Liang's subordinate, but this little brat is so arrogant and daring that he doesn't believe me at all. This Dan asks City Lord Liang to teach him a good lesson. After saying so, Dan Ying turned to look at Yang Kai triumphantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. He was looking forward to seeing Yang Kai kneel and beg for mercy, allowing him to vent the anger in his heart. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic at all and still stood there calmly, his arms crossed over his chest, an inexplicable sneer on his face as he glared at Liang Yong arrogantly. This little brat really has guts. City Lord Liang had personally come here, yet he showed no fear. At this moment, Dan Ning could not help admiring Yang Kai. However, acting so arrogant would only anger City Lord Liang even more, and his end would definitely be even worse. Dan Ning sneered in his heart as he glanced over at Liang Yong, only to see him stride forward and quickly rush towards Yang Kai. Dan Ning couldn't help but stare, secretly looking forward to the show. The green-clothed girl and the others also began to sweat profusely as panic filled their faces. The countless cultivators who had just stood behind Yang Kai and supported him saw Liang Yong's aggressive stance and subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Yang Kai, for fear that the fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat. Some people were already secretly regretting being so impulsive just now. They had long heard of Liang Yong's name. Since the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, he had become the City Lord of Heaven Battling City and was directly under the administration of High Heaven Sect. Although High Heaven Sect had become famous in recent years, they seemed to be very low-key, and no one had ever heard of a High Heaven Sect disciple appearing outside. And Liang Yong seemed to have become the spokesperson of High Heaven Sect. Now that he had come here, no matter what his strength was, he represented the behemoth that was High Heaven Sect. Even though he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, no one dared to lay a hand on him. What's more, he was a top master in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Dan Ning. This brat is done for. Many people looked at Yang Kai with a trace of sympathy on their faces. No matter how powerful this little brat's backer was, even if he died here today, no one would dare to avenge him. In the blink of an eye, Liang Yong had closed the distance between them. Liang Yong rushed in front of Yang Kai, and without any hesitation, he reached out and swung his sleeves behind him. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "Subordinate Liang Yong greets Sect Master." His movements were clean and nimble, as if he had practiced it countless times, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Yang Kai's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked down at him condescendingly. The sneer at the corner of his mouth was as unfathomable as before. Everyone's eyeballs were jumping around. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths and eyes wide, almost thinking that they had seen or heard wrong, as if they were in a dream. The scene was silent, but there seemed to be a chill hanging in front of the City Lord's mansion, making many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dan Ning was stunned as he stared at Liang Yong in a daze. He suddenly realized that Liang Yong's forehead was covered in fine sweat. The sweat condensed together and turned into beads of sweat that slid down his face from his forehead. Asterisk drip, drip. Asterisk Dan Ying's body shook violently as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of information he had heard before. It was said that the sect master of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai, seemed to be a young man, and according to the various descriptions he had heard, he was vaguely similar to the troublemaker in front of him, and just now, Liang Yong seemed to have addressed him as Dan Ying's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Subordinate greets Sect Master. We did not know Sect Master would be honored with our presence and failed to welcome you. We beg Sect Master's forgiveness. A chorus of shouts came from the mouths of the cultivator Liang Yong had brought with him, shaking the world and shaking everyone's hearts. The green-clothed girl was once again stunned as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, only seeming to understand after a long time, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Liang Yong. Yang Kai called out faintly. Subordinate is here, Liang Yong replied quickly, his voice trembling slightly. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown up, Yang Kai sneered softly. Subordinate doesn't dare. Cold sweat continued to drip from Liang Yong's forehead, as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes soaked in sweat. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's words, he hurriedly said, Subordinate has failed to properly manage his subordinates and has caused Sect Master to suffer. Please punish me, Sect Master. Good, your punishment can wait, but this Sect Master is curious. When did you join High Heaven sect? Without this sect master's permission, who accepted you? Liang Yong's body trembled as he shot a vicious glare towards Dan Ing, the hatred in his heart difficult to describe with words. He had just received news in Heaven Battling City that someone was making trouble here, so he immediately brought a group of people to this place through the space array, but how could he have imagined that as soon as he walked out of the City Lord's mansion, he would see the person he feared the most in his life? He could not wait to tear this blind idiot Dan Ing into 10,000 pieces. Sect Master is wise. Subordinate has always admired the sect's magnificence and has always wanted to join it, to shed his blood for the sect, but has never been able to do so. Subordinate is highly regarded by Sect Master and is now the City Lord of Heaven Battling City, helping Sect Master and the sect collect supplies. However, Subordinate is just a survivor of Heaven Battling Union and was afraid he would not be able to convince the public, so he had no choice but to announce this to the public. Vice City Lord Gu is also aware of this matter. Liang Yong thought for a moment before quickly reporting. Is that so, Xiaoqi? Is this true? Yang Kai looked up at a buck-toothed cultivator in the crowd. The latter nodded. Good, in that case, let's forget about this matter, Yang Kai gently nodded. Hearing this, Liang Yong could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he heard Yang Kai say, let's talk about Blue Wave City again. Liang Yong's heart clenched as a bad feeling spread from head to toe. I heard that Blue Wave City is affiliated with Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong and asked. Reporting to Sect Master, this is indeed the case. Not only Blue Wave City, but all the cities within a few million kilometers are affiliated with Heaven Battling City, a total of about 9 large and small cities. Good job, Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for Sect Master's praise. It is Subordinate's honor to serve the sect. So, all the measures in Blue Wave City are dictated by Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a smile. Liang Yong looked flustered and quickly said, that's not the case. Subordinate simply asks these affiliated cities to pay some materials or Saint crystals every year. As for everything in the city, Subordinate does not interfere. All of it is managed by their respective city lords' mansions. Good answer, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Sect Master? Gucci looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Did something happen in Blue Wave City? I only came here today so I don't know much. If you want to know more, you might as well ask these people. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the countless cultivator. Gucci pondered for a moment and vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed, so he quickly walked over to the front of the crowd, cupped his fists, and said, Everyone, this one is Gucci, Vice City Lord of Heaven Battling City and a disciple of High Heaven Sect. If you have something to say, you might as well tell this Gu. This Gu guarantees on the reputation of the sect that no one will embarrass you. The scene was silent as no one spoke, all of them just staring at Gucci in a daze. They were afraid and didn't trust Gucci, so naturally, they didn't have the courage to expose the secrets of Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. The girl in green opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed the words back down. Fei? If you have something to say, as long as I'm here, no one will dare do anything to you. Yang Kai observed her expression and comforted her. The girl in green seemed to have received encouragement and courage as she took a deep breath and said softly, Er's fourth uncle was beaten to death by the City Lord's mansion 2 years ago because he was unwilling to pay Saint crystals. And today, the benefits we worked so hard to obtain were all snatched away by the City Lord's mansion's people. Not only that, even Fei wanted to snatch them away. If Big Brother Yang hadn't acted, the consequences would have been unimaginable, another young man shouted. Gucci's face sank. Blue Wave City is not a place for people to live in. We have to pay 70% of all profits to the City Lord's mansion. How can we live like this? There is a list in the City Lord's mansion. Those who are listed on this list are not allowed to leave Blue Wave City, but if they are found, they will be killed without mercy. Many people who wanted to leave Blue Wave City have already died. Sporadic shouts began to come from the crowd, and soon, countless people began to shout. Guqi's face became colder and colder while Yang Kai's expression also became more and more gloomy. After a while, the noise gradually subsided and Yang Kai and Guqi exchanged a glance, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Blue Wave City's vicious actions were not a big deal. Shadowed Star was so big that it was bound to happen somewhere, but what annoyed Yang Kai was that Blue Wave City was acting under the name of High Heaven Sect. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would have been razed to the ground by countless cultivators. The great prestige of High Heaven Sect made even if Blue Wave City was filled with complaints, no one dared to resist. This was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, and in the long run, High Heaven Sect would no longer have a foothold on Shadowed Star. There were 9 cities within a few million kilometers of Heaven Battling City. If Blue Wave City was like this, what about the other cities? Shao Qi, you're not qualified to be Vice City Lord. Yang Kai glanced at him. Guqi looked ashamed. He did not expect the situation outside to be like this. Since 3 years ago, when Yang Kai asked him to stay in Heaven Battling City as Vice City Lord, he had not left Heaven Battling City, living in seclusion and occasionally paying attention to the situation in Heaven Battling City. The other side strictly followed the measures Yang Kai issued to win people's hearts when he left, and the tax was so low that it was almost negligible, attracting a large number of cultivators to settle down there. Today, Heaven Battling City was overcrowded and thriving. However, the other cities under Heaven Battling City's jurisdiction were not the same. Under the cover of that glamorous appearance, there were some people who were secretly doing some vicious things that would cause people to lose their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai discovered this early, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Guqi broke out in a cold sweat and became angry. Chapter 1540. Liang Yong, Liang Yong, don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here, Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise, subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time subordinate heard about it today, only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, Sect master, I beg sect master to reconsider. This subordinate is completely loyal to sect master and will definitely not disobey sect master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate secret. Even if sect master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, sect master. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank Saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of Saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of them. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under Heaven Battling City, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect Master, please spare my life. Sect Master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks Sect Master to give Subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint Sect Master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Chapter 1541. Fei. The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. I am High Heaven Sect Master, there's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking. The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, You are High Heaven Sect Master, so your words should be very useful, right? They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven Sect? As soon as the statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven Sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City and had not really become a member of High Heaven Sect. His Fei was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Fei could really join High Heaven Sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Yang Kai stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. Do you want to join High Heaven Sect? The girl nodded. Yang Kai asked. It's cool under a big tree. The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Yang Kai was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. If I become a disciple of High Heaven Sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future, the girl added with a blush. Yang Kai smiled even more happily. Good, although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven Sect so much, this sect master will accept you. The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. Stupid girl, quickly thank Sect Master for his kindness. The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. The young girl bit her red lips, her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City's space array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Lu Yen Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and the beautiful Temple Master had both died at the hands of Yang Kai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Yi Shiyun took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak, with High Heaven Sect's strength. If they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yun. Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yun, and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yun the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon Bone Sword, Verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people and the Dragon Bone Sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the sealed world bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the Great Emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King Realm Master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The Great Emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the sealed world bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well, perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your friend, I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world, or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows?" Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Yang Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right, I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, "There are many dangers in the star's territory. I hope you have a safe trip." After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun has a special constitution. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xia Ningchang had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shanqing Luo had the Poison Widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Shui Yu had the Dragon Marrow Phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now, the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked. This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said, "Tyrant strength body." Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun worriedly. But what? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yun is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her. Chapter 1544. Everything was fair. The Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shanqing Luo's Poison Widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shui Yu's Dragon Marrow Phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun's Tyrant Strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh, let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but... Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun-Er's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun-Er's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly, Yun-Er has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years, if she needs to temper her body, I have one. Sect Master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes. Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her and just sat there playing with Lin Yun. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later she came to High Heaven Sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Great Elder, what do you think? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yi Shiyun said excitedly, it should be possible for Yun. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. And I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used, Yang Kai grinned. What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's son's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun use this book and will not spread it outside, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you spread it outside, I'm afraid only a few people can do it, Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, so how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her, Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange for Yun to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible, Yi Shiyun nodded. Let's put Yun's matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me, otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, these 3 elders had also agreed to leave with me. What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me? Me? A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyun's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sect Master is being kind, I won't follow. As expected. Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyun's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and after realizing that although the starship had been ravaged, it was still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down and they began performing their duties in an orderly manner. The Origin King grade starship refined by Yang Yen provided a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, High Heaven Sect's starship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead territory and rushed into the vast territory of the starship. There were no longer strange noises coming from outside, and the starship was no longer shaking. After everyone confirmed that they had successfully left Shadowed Star, loud cheers broke out inside the starship, everyone weeping tears of joy and excitement. Yang Xiuzhu and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, all of them looking like frosted eggplants, their auras extremely weak. Thank you for your hard work, Yang Kai nodded to them. Yang Kai, did you feel something? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had noticed something the moment the starship rushed into the dead territory, but over the past month, he had been in constant danger, his life hanging by a thread, so he had not been able to think about it carefully. Now that he had escaped from the dead territory, he had time to recall that feeling. So you also noticed something. I thought I was mistaken, Qian Tong said solemnly. Emperor pressure. Mou added, that dead territory is filled with emperor pressure, and there is more than one. There are two emperor pressures. Qian Tong gently nodded. One is similar to the aura emitted by the Emperor Garden, while the other is unfamiliar. What's going on? I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Mou showed a contemplative expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes filled with awe. Smacking his lips, he said in a dry tone, if I say it out loud, you'll definitely think I'm crazy. No, Qian Tong shook his head. Old Mo, you can rest assured. Yang Kai also nodded. Let's hear it. Whether it's true or not, everyone can judge for themselves. Mou smiled bitterly. This old master considers himself to be quite knowledgeable, but after entering the dead territory, he realized he was a frog in a well. I'll tell you what I think, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. In any case, don't laugh at this old master. This old master is just speculating. There is no real evidence to prove. Don't be long-winded, just say it. Yang Xiuzhu interrupted him impatiently. The dead zone is filled with two different types of emperor's auras, and these two emperor's auras are still entangled with each other, in a constant cycle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the master of the Emperor Garden, the great emperors of Star Field. Although I don't know who the other one belongs to, it should be a character on the same level as the great emperors. Mou's expression became dignified. The formation of the dead territory is perhaps a result of the struggle between these two characters. After saying this, Mou fell silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped as he stared at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others glanced at each other calmly. That's impossible, right? This old master also thinks he's wrong. Mou let out a hollow laugh. The great emperors were already a legend, and no one could confirm whether they really existed. Now, there was a powerful master on the same level as them who had fought with them before. Even Mou himself did not believe this speculation. What Senior Mo says should be correct. Yang Kai gently nodded, confirming his guess. Mou stared at Yang Kai in surprise before his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong turned his head and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled, I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperors once had an opponent who was no weaker than her. The two of them really did fight. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also knew this, but this was the first time Qian Tong and Mou had heard of it. Both of them were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Yang Kai. All they could do was gasp for breath. It turns out that the culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation was actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the Dead Territory was the best proof of this. There, the two emperor pressures were still entangled, and even after tens of thousands of years had passed, there was still no clear victor. Perhaps Yang Yan and this unknown enemy once fought in the Dead Territory, leading to the formation of this isolated zone around Shadowed Star. The ancient Supreme Profound Sect should also have been one of these battlefields, but it was unknown which one came first, compared to the one in the Dead Territory. Qian Tong and Mou still seemed to want to ask something, but Yang Kai did not give them the opportunity. All of you must be tired from this past month. Go back and rest for the time being. After passing through the Dead Territory, the rest of the journey should be safe. We may not encounter any living beings for the next few years, so all of you should enter retreat. Hearing him say this, Qian Tong and the others did not ask any more questions, simply nodding and returning to their respective rooms. Yang Kai stood in place and cast his eyes towards the deep star field before walking over to the star plate and placing his hand on it, immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Above his knowledge sea, a vast star field that had shrunk countless times appeared, floating quietly like a huge blueprint. This was Yang Kai's star field. If a cultivator on Shadowed Star wanted to leave Shadowed Star and enter the Dead Territory, the first obstacle was the Dead Territory, which no one could pass. And the second obstacle was the direction. There were many dangers in the Dead Territory, so when a starship sailed, it required someone with rich experience to guide it, and this responsibility generally fell to a certain profession called a chart master. A chart master could draw a star field that allowed a cultivator or starship to safely and effectively advance through the Dead Territory while avoiding the dangerous areas of the territory. Without a chart master to draw a star field, a starship was very likely to get lost in the Dead Territory and deviate from its destination. Because Shadowed Star was too isolated, there was no such profession as a chart master, and no one could draw a star field. However, on the other stars in the Dead Territory, chart masters were very popular and their status was not inferior to alchemists or artifact refiners. The star field in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a kind of inheritance he had obtained from a chart master named Wuxia. He had obtained it by chance when he first set foot in the Dead Territory. With this star, Yang Kai did not need to learn anything. He was a natural-born chart master. He could see the situation of the entire Dead Territory in his mind one by one, including the star where Tongshen Realm was located. He had taken Qianyu to see this star, and he himself would often look at it and dream about it. For so many years, he had never had a chance to use the star field to guide his way. Now it had finally come in handy. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth across the huge star, consuming his spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Soon, he had locked onto a certain territory. This was where Qianyu had separated from Su Yan and the others. Yang Kai planned to go there first. Chapter 1546. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yan there. Thinking so, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and poured it into the star chart in front of him to draw the starship's navigation route. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this as the starship would sail along the route he drew until it reached its destination. Of course, that was provided it didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Time flew by. The starship had been moving forward smoothly and safely according to the route drawn by Yang Kai without encountering any twists and turns. Occasionally, a few strange-looking star beasts would jump out from nearby dead stars, but they were all killed by the disciples' artifact control crystal cannons. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with the purple origin furnace he obtained from the Emperor Garden in front of him. Around him were various boxes and bottles, a dazzling array of items. Yang Kai skillfully threw herbs into the purple origin furnace and poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into it, condensing the essence of these herbs, carving spirit arrays, and fusing them together, causing them to undergo wonderful transformations. Yang Kai precisely controlled the heat and the timing of each herb he threw in. Yang Kai was meticulous and enjoyed this process. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly increased the power of his conflagrated spiritual energy. The next moment, a burst of sound came from the purple origin furnace, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Yang Kai was stunned and his brow furrowed. He had failed again. With a calm expression, Yang Kai opened the lid of the purple origin furnace and poured out the dark stuff inside, piling it up nearby. There were many similar things piled up nearby, all of which were the products of Yang Kai's failed alchemy. Yang Kai didn't continue and instead fell into contemplation. It had been 2 years since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star. During these 2 years, Yang Kai had not wasted his time cultivating a variety of divine technique, comprehending various secret techniques, and improving his alchemy skills. Yang Kai had lived a very fulfilling life. Since he began studying the alchemic way, Yang Kai rarely failed. His success rate in refining pills was much higher than that of ordinary alchemists, and the quality of the pills he refined was also very high, allowing him to condense the medicinal efficacies of herbs to the greatest extent. Firstly, his talent in alchemy, and secondly, his conflagrated knowledge, a divine tool for alchemy, were 2 reasons why he was able to achieve such an achievement. However, in the past 2 years on the warship, he had experienced failure after failure. He could now refine origin-grade high-rank pills at will, but what he wanted to refine now was an Origin King-grade spirit pill. But until now, even though a lot of Origin King-grade herbs had been consumed, not a single Origin King-grade pill had been produced. This result made him a little depressed. It was extremely difficult to reach the peak of any profession, and in Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. There were not many Origin King realm masters, and countless third-order Origin returning realm cultivators were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further until they died of old age, unable to pry into the true essence of the martial Tao. By the same token, Origin King-grade alchemists and artifact refiners were also extremely rare, much rarer than Origin Kings. Yang Kai's alchemy skills were currently stuck at this bottleneck, unable to improve any further. He had comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he had obtained from the Emperor Garden, but he could not obtain the answer he wanted. Yang Kai felt that his technique and control of the flames were not bad, but he still could not refine an Origin King-grade pill. Chapter 1547. Qian Tong smiled kindly. Young man, don't be nervous. This old master stopped you just to ask you a few questions. And if you answer them well, these things will be yours. Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few pieces of high-rank St. Crystal and threw them on the table. The waiter's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only able to earn 2 or 3 low-rank St. Crystals a month by serving tea here, but the few high-rank St. Crystals on the table were a shocking fortune for him. If he saved some money, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Quickly nodding and bowing, he said, "Senior, please ask, this little one will tell you everything he knows. Although this little one is just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, he is still a native of this place. If Senior wants to know something, this little one will not disappoint." Qian Tong nodded, satisfied with the waiter's response. Without further ado, he asked directly, "This old master wants to ask you, do you have any Origin King Realm masters here?" Origin King Realm? The waiter's face became solemn as he looked around at Yang Kai and the others in surprise, a look of understanding soon appearing on his face as he chuckled. "Several seniors shouldn't be cultivators of my Green Mountain Star, right? You're quite smart." Qian Tong didn't try to deny it. After all, if this waiter was a star, He should know something about this kind of thing. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak-level existence on any cultivation star, so if this waiter was really a cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he would definitely have heard of them. The waiter laughed dryly. Senior is too polite. This little one was just speaking casually. However, since several seniors have come to Green Mountain Star at this time, how could you not have inquired about these things? What should we inquire about? Qian Tong coldly snorted. The waiter didn't panic and said slowly, since several seniors have come here, you must have come to participate in the grand event. Although it is a bit early, it doesn't matter, just wait 2 years. There are other seniors who have come earlier. And as for whether there are any Origin Kings, when has Green Mountain Star ever lacked masters of this level? He had a contented look on his face, as if Origin Kings were everywhere on Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and the others looked at each other. They were all interested and motioned for the waiter to continue. To be honest with several seniors, there are now 2 or 3 Origin Kings on Green Mountain Star. At its peak, there were more than a dozen, 2 of which were peak 3rd Order Origin Kings. 3rd Order Origin King? The 2 of you? Qian Tong and the others were trembling and staring blankly. They were shocked beyond words by the waiter's words. Is that true? Mou asked in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. So, your Green Mountain Star is quite suitable for a breakthrough? Qian Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Although after coming here, Yang Kai did not feel the same oppressive world principles as he did on Shadowed Star. Whether or not he should stay here to cultivate and break through would require some careful investigation. Now that he had obtained such information from the waiter, he was naturally overjoyed. Of course. The waiter shook his head proudly. Didn't several seniors come here for this? You can tell? Qian Tong was surprised. Senior must be joking. Although this junior is an ordinary person, news of this once-in-a-thousand-years event has already spread throughout Green Mountain Star. Even a 3-year-old child has heard about it, so how could this junior not know? The waiter replied. Wait, what once-in-a-thousand-years event? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 1548. Inside the tea house, a group of 7 people sat around, the atmosphere quiet. Qian Tong and the others all looked excited and were unable to calm down for a long time. The news they heard from the waiter had greatly excited them. Originally, as long as they could escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, they would have been satisfied, but now that they had arrived on Green Mountain Star, they would encounter such a good thing. For these people who had spent their entire lives struggling on Shadowed Star in pursuit of a higher martial Dao, there was nothing more exciting than this news. There was no need for discussion as everyone could see the desire in each other's eyes. They obviously wanted to participate. You don't need to worry, if what the waiter said is true, there is still some time before the blood prison trial opens. If you are interested in participating, you can stay here and inquire about it before taking action. Yang Kai glanced over at them. That waiter is just an ordinary person. Although the blood prison trial is a once-in-a-thousand-year event, I'm afraid he doesn't know much about it. This kind of thing really needs to be investigated and confirmed. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Since that's the case, let's stay here. It's still early anyway. If this place is really that good, we won't leave for the time being, Qian Tong proposed. No problem, Mou nodded. After coming to an agreement, everyone hurriedly found a good inn in Greenwater City and booked a few rooms to stay. Yang Kai did not stay. After entrusting Qian Yu to the care of Qian Tong and the others, he left Greenwater City on his star shuttle alone. He needed to find traces of Su Yan on Green Mountain Star. With the connection between him and Su Yan, if Su Yan really did end up on this star, it would not be difficult to find her. As long as the 2 of them were within a certain range, they would naturally sense each other. What's more, Su Yan's ice soul bead was still in Yang Kai's hands, so it would definitely react to Su Yan. Yang Kai moved like the wind as he stood atop his star shuttle and began to wander around Green Mountain's star with a look of expectation. Passing through towering mountains and lofty ridges, crossing rivers and rivers, Yang Kai left large tracts of land behind him. As time passed, he gradually became disappointed. Green Mountain's star was the closest star to where Qianyu, Su Yan, and the others had been separated, so it was very likely that she had ended up here. The rising star, which was a little further away, was at least a few months away from here. Yang Kai felt that Su Yan shouldn't have gone too far. However, even after searching for a while, he couldn't find the slightest trace of Su Yan, nor did the ice soul bead react in the slightest, a result that surprised him greatly. Su Yan was not here. During these 6 months, Yang Kai ran almost all over Green Mountain's star without stopping for a moment, but the final result disappointed him. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the scenery in the distance with a lonely expression. Not being able to find Su Yan, his mood was not very good. In the forest, there was a pair of wild eyes staring at him. Using the cover of the forest, they quietly approached him. This was the territory of a powerful monster beast. Without its master's permission, no living creature was allowed to enter. Any living being that dared to violate this rule had already become food for this demonic beast. The monster beast had its own intuition, so it quietly stared at Yang Kai. Realizing that this person's strength wasn't too strong, it prepared to slaughter him and let Yang Kai know the consequences of trespassing on its territory. With the help of the wind, it completely eliminated its scent and approached Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best place and opportunity to attack. Not long after, the monster beast's corpse was completely dried up, and even its monster core had disappeared. Yang Kai raised his hand and a golden and red thread flew out of the corpse, moving back and forth between Yang Kai's fingers as if it was alive. Looking at it quietly, Yang Kai's eyes filled with surprise and joy, his previous disappointment easing slightly. With a thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed, transforming into the appearance of a monster beast. It looked no different from the monster beast lying on the ground, and even its size was similar. However, this monster beast transformed from the golden blood thread was gold and red, and its eyes moved about as if it had intelligence. The golden blood thread's transformation. This was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had long since thoroughly comprehended it, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. The transformation of the golden blood thread was not only manifested by the fusion of different numbers of golden blood threads, but also by the fusion of different killing techniques. It could also allow the golden blood thread to devour the flesh and soul of the monster beast, giving it new transformations. This was a new form of the golden blood thread, the crystallization of the wisdom of the senior who created this secret technique. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had fought with the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple and had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes. At that time, he had been very curious about how the beautiful temple master had accomplished this. Later, after comprehending the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, Yang Kai understood its mysteries. The golden blood thread was condensed from Yang Kai's golden blood, so it could devour the flesh and blood essence of the monster beast and absorb the energy from its monster core, allowing it to transform into a blood beast. The 2 blood snakes of Demon Blood Temple's temple master were the blood beasts transformed from her demon blood threads. The blood beasts could inherit the abilities of the monster beast when it was alive, and because they were transformed from Yang Kai's golden blood, they were connected to his soul, allowing him to command them as he wished. Previously, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had not had time to find a suitable monster beast, so he had not been able to learn the blood beast technique. Now that he had encountered a suitable one here, naturally he would not let it go. With the help of the stone mongoose, this was an easy task. Releasing his divine sense and probing this blood beast, Yang Kai gently nodded in satisfaction. In terms of aura alone, this blood beast transformed from his golden blood thread should not be weaker than a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Perhaps there was some difference in strength between it and when it was alive, but it was not by much. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had more than one golden blood thread. As long as there were enough monster beasts, all of Yang Kai's golden blood threads could be transformed into blood beasts. When the time came, hundreds of blood beasts could be released together. Even if he faced an origin king, Yang Kai would not necessarily be powerless. However, it was not easy to find a suitable monster beast, so this matter would have to be done slowly. Thinking so, Yang Kai willed himself and stretched out his hand to touch the blood beast. The blood beast immediately shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a pigeon egg. Leaping up, it landed on Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai smiled lightly and was about to put it away when he suddenly thought of something and stared carefully at the blood beast in his palm, a look of contemplation flashing across his face. Chapter 1549. Inside the starship, Yang Kai had repeated this process countless times, so he was well aware of every step. Yang Kai was confident that his grasp of the heat and the timing of the herbs was flawless, but for some reason, he was unable to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. But now, he had a bold conjecture. Whether this idea could be realized or not had yet to be verified, so Yang Kai was extremely cautious, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Origin King grade herbs were thrown into the purple origin furnace one after another, and under the tempering of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C and the assistance of various spirit arrays, these herbs were transformed into medicinal liquids that fused with each other, causing some magical and mysterious changes to occur. Yang Kai's demeanor became more and more focused, and his movements became more and more careful as he threw in the herbs. One by one, the spirit arrays were drawn by his conflagrated knowledge C and imprinted into the purple origin furnace to assist in the refinement of the herbs. Everything was in order, and no mistakes were made. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai's forehead began to ooze fine sweat. Refining an Origin King grade pill was also a great test for Yang Kai. Not only did it require him to control his spiritual energy, but there were also various psychological burdens. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain. A faint fragrance began to fill the air from the purple origin furnace as the medicinal liquids began to fuse perfectly. However, Yang Kai did not relax because of this. During the 2 years aboard the starship, Yang Kai had smelled the medicinal fragrance coming from the purple origin furnace countless times, but he had never succeeded in refining a spirit pill. Every time he tried, it would end in failure. Now, he had reached the most critical moment of alchemy. Yang Kai's nose twitched gently as he sensed the changes in the medicinal fragrance, looking for the right opportunity. The fragrance gradually became stronger, and soon, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius seemed to be filled with this unique medicinal fragrance, making one feel refreshed. At a certain moment, when this fragrance reached its peak, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. Now was the time. He stretched out his hand and lifted it in the air. A ball of gold and red light appeared on his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a shadow of a beast that had shrunk countless times. It was bouncing inside the ball of light. Blood beast. It was none other than the blood beast that Yang Kai had just refined with his golden blood thread. Lifting the lid of the purple origin cauldron, Yang Kai threw the blood fiend into it. Silently, under the tremendous power of his conflagrated spiritual energy, the blood fiend instantly disappeared and merged into the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron. There was a faint smell of blood mixed with the medicinal fragrance. Not only did it not feel abrupt, but because of the smell of blood, the medicinal fragrance became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, faintly feeling that he had grasped the key point. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly urged his conflagrated spiritual energy to continue refining the medicinal liquid. All of the insights he obtained from comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture were used by Yang Kai at this moment. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. The blood beast condensed from the golden blood threads and the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood completely dissolved, becoming a part of the medicinal liquid. The purple origin cauldron suddenly shook, as if some unknown change was occurring inside. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he hurriedly suppressed it with his conflagrated spiritual energy. Yang Kai had suddenly realized this when he saw the blood beast's spirituality, and after trying it out, it really worked. Yang Kai did not know how other Origin King-grade alchemists refined Origin King-grade pills, but there was absolutely no problem with the method he had comprehended. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly pointed out this path to him, so this method was entirely his own creation. If 1,000 alchemists meditated with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they might gain 1,000 insights. Yang Kai saw his own alchemic Tao from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in his hand was just a 3 spirits pure pill that could increase one's cultivation. It was not a very high-grade Origin King-grade pill, and although its value was high, it was not heaven-defying. At the very least, using a blood beast refined from a single golden blood thread as a pill spirit was a bit of a waste. Although this method was feasible, if he really used this method to perform alchemy in the future, it would not be long before Yang Kai's golden blood threads were exhausted. This kind of consumption was not something Yang Kai could afford. How could he improve on this? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and instead fell into contemplation. Soon he had a new idea. The blood beast had a high spirituality and could indeed be used as a pill spirit. A pure golden blood thread or even his own golden blood should also be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Perhaps, the soul of the monster beast could also be used. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately put aside his many distracting thoughts and began to verify his ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits pure pill was born in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill was refined using Yang Kai's golden blood as a catalyst. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the efficacy of the first refinement of the 3 spirits pure pill seemed to be slightly higher than the second refinement. Perceiving this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. Not continuing, Yang Kai began to search for a suitable monster beast in the jungle. A month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with Origin King-grade pills, each of them a light silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits pure pill, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, killing several dozen monster beast 8th order and above. After some experiments, Yang Kai determined that his previous idea was feasible. In order to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill, it was not necessary to use one's own golden blood as a catalyst. Any existence that had a spirit that did not conflict with the spirit of the herbs could be used as a catalyst. For example, the soul of the monster beast. Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, which had fused with the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was not a problem for him to restrain the soul of a monster beast. If he could restrain the monster beast's soul from its body and integrate it into the herbs, the pill would gain a spirit. However, the requirements for Origin King-grade spirit pills were not low. The soul of a 7th-order monster beast was not enough. The soul of an 8th-order monster beast was acceptable, and the 9th-order monster beast was the best choice. If he could obtain the soul of a 10th-order monster beast, Yang Kai felt that he could refine a spirit pill with pill veins. In addition to the soul of a monster beast, those world spirit treasures that had gained sentience could also play the role of a pill spirit. The grade of the pill spirit was directly related to the success rate of pill refinement. After many failures, Yang Kai concluded that his harvest was huge. After a month of hard work, he had produced a bottle of Origin King-grade spirit pills, consuming countless materials. Qian Yu's confused and beautiful eyes gradually became firm as she made a choice. Those who are related to me should all be in Tong Xian territory. If I go back, it will only add to my sadness. If I stay here, I can continue to inquire about information. Perhaps I can use this time to inquire about some information. Yang Kai nodded slowly, not trying to persuade her. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. Then I'll leave Qian Yu in your care. Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. You can rest assured, with these old masters here, no one will dare do anything to her. Heh, Origin Kings are rare everywhere. Qian Tong chuckled. Below the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them working together, it was likely that few would dare to cause trouble. This Imo won't say anything more. Sect Master Yang, I wish you a safe journey, return early. Imo Yu said solemnly. Sect Master, be careful. Yang Xiuzhu also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai did not stay in Greenwater City for long. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were safe, he set off the next day and embarked on a journey back to his homeland. Flying out of Green Mountain's star on his star shuttle, Yang Kai released the starship from the sealed world bead, and after everything was ready, the starship quickly sailed into Starfield. Back then, Yang Kai had rushed into Green Mountain Star's territory with just a Saint Realm cultivation and had been separated from his old friends for several dozen years. Yang Kai did not know how they had fared during these past few decades, or if anything had happened to them. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Letting the starship return along the path he had taken in the past, Yang Kai felt the changes in his state of mind, allowing the joys and sorrows in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind had unconsciously become more solid. Looking back, Yang Kai was no longer the brat of the past. Today, he had a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivation, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Leading High Heaven sect, on Shadowed Star, he was second only to one and above all. Yang Kai's back was straight, like a javelin, his expression proud and cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yang Kai turned his head in a certain direction and released his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene was imprinted in his vision. Massive stars, each containing a different type of energy, surrounded a certain part of the star field. At the center of these stars, in the void, something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense it. The chaotic abyss. He had actually arrived here. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses and discovered that he had been silently flowing through the river of time, completely forgetting the passage of time. This was the first place Yang Kai had stopped when he first entered Green Mountain Star's territory. This was the most dangerous and unpredictable place in Green Mountain Star's territory. In this seemingly calm and beautiful location, there was an irresistible danger. The chaotic storms were countless times more terrifying than the storms in Green Mountain Star's territory and could even swallow starships. Yang Kai was swallowed up by the chaotic storms here and ended up on the floating continent, where he met masters like Gui Zhu and learned about the wonders of Green Mountain Star's territory. Back then, Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had improved and his vision had broadened, he began to understand the mysteries of this place. Chapter 1558. Xia Ningchang looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die, so Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tong Xian realm's vitality had declined, Xia Ningchang's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tong Xian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. Junior brother, can you reignite its light? Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. How? Junior brother, teach me. Xia Ningchang bit her red lips and said anxiously. The key lies with you. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the stars' star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tong Xian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xia Ningchang was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Stars, star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the massive energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a Star Master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared the star sources a star's star, the star source, star's star source. It was precisely because of this that Xia Ningchang, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xia Ningchang and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xia Ningchang was only a second-order Saint King and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xia Ningchang, and if it perished, Xia Ningchang would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xia Ningchang grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tong Xian realm. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to become slightly faster, as if they were very excited. Jiao, Ning, long time no see, Yang Kai greeted them with a smile. There had been too many people just now, so he hadn't had time to catch up with the Hu sisters, but now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to talk to them. Moreover, they seemed to have been waiting for him here. The two women opposite him smiled lightly and said in unison, "Long time no see, how have you been?" Good. Yang Kai nodded, his brow wrinkling slightly, a little confused. His eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, but he couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao and which one was Hu Mei. This discovery made him scratch his head. After cultivating the twin Qi shared spirit divine art, not only did their slightly different appearances become exactly the same, even their temperaments and life auras were the same. Just standing there, it was as if they were the same person. Moreover, their cultivations had actually reached the second-order Saint Realm, not the new Saint Realm Great Elder Su Hui had reported at the beginning. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit terrifying. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Chapter 1563. Xia Ningchang did not enter the sealed world beat. She was now a first-order origin returning realm, so she would not drag Yang Kai down. Moreover, she had just broken through and had a lot to learn, so Yang Kai let her follow him around to make it easier for him to teach her. What's more, it was very pleasing to travel with a beauty. Hearing Yang Kai say this, she immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Li Lao." Yang Kai looked at her. Xia Ningchang immediately understood, gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and began to investigate. Now that she was the star master of Tongxian realm and had refined the star's source, she could shuttle back and forth anywhere in the world with a single thought. Here she was the master. Looking for someone was a piece of cake for her. She used her divine sense to communicate with the star's source of Tongxian realm, perceiving the information transmitted back to her by the flowers and trees in the world, distinguishing the traces of the person she was looking for. In less than half a day, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Found him!" Yang Kai's spirit shook as he stepped forward and grabbed Xia Ningchang's small hand. "Take me to him." Xia Ningchang gently nodded her head. Extending her jade-like hand, she pointed forward. Immediately, a black vortex appeared in the air, as if it wanted to devour everything. The two of them entered it and disappeared in an instant. On a nameless barren mountain, barren and desolate, a few thatched huts stood at the top of the mountain. No one would have thought that this was actually the place where the famous old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Ru, lived in seclusion. Yang Kai respected Li Lao very much, not only because he was the longest-lived sage in the entire world, having lived for thousands of years with a saint realm cultivation, but also because he had not been stingy with his teachings. When the bone race was recovering, Li Lao had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land and used his great reputation to rally the entire human race to help Yang Kai. When he returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Li Lao or his apprentice Zhai Yao. Obviously, with Li Lao's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay in one place for too long, which was why he had left Nine Heavens Holy Land. Now that Yang Kai was going to start territory again, of course he wanted Li Lao to come with him. "Is this the place?" Xia Ningchang brought Yang Kai to a barren mountain that was less than 1,000 feet high. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Xia Ningchang nodded gently. "But I didn't sense Li Lao's aura. Only Brother Zhai's." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked in front of him. A few simple thatched huts came into view. In front of the thatched cottage, there were also a few medicinal fields. However, they weren't growing spirit grasses and medicines for cultivation, but rather some ordinary herbs. These herbs were very effective in treating ordinary people, but they were completely useless for cultivation. There was one person. In the middle of the medicinal field, this person was tending to the medicinal plants, watering and fertilizing them, repeating monotonous actions with a meticulous expression. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards him. "Do you want to see a doctor?" The man who was watering the plants heard movement and didn't raise his head, asking casually, "Brother Zhai, long time no see." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Zhai Yao's movements paused, as if he had realized something, slowly straightening up and looking at Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but grin. He had a mouthful of bright white teeth, and a face that would make any woman jealous. Behind him, the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on his body, sputtering out a golden halo. "This brat is still as handsome as ever." Zhai Yao took 2 steps forward and hugged Yang Kai fiercely. "Brother Yang, when did you come back?" He didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew that Yang Kai would return safely. "It's been almost 2 months. Zhai Yao gently nodded, shook off the dirt on his hands, and warmly greeted, "Come, let's drink and chat today." But Yang Kai readily responded. In front of the thatched cottage, the two sat on the ground. There was no delicious food, but the twinkling stars in the sky and the blowing wind were dishes to go with the wine. Xia Ningchang sat on the side, holding a wine pot in his hands, pouring wine for Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. In front of the thatched cottage, in the starry sky, there were friends coming from afar. It was very pleasant. "Master passed away more than 20 years ago," Zhai Yao suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Although he had already guessed, when Yang Kai heard this news, his hand that was holding the wine cup still trembled slightly. Zhai Yao grinned. "He passed away peacefully. Master has been around this age for a long time." With the cultivation of the Saint realm, living for more than 1,000 years was not something that others could do. Li Lao was proficient in pills and used pills to regulate his body, which was why he could live such a long life. "Brother Zhai, my condolences." Yang Kai thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Zhai Yao smiled. "Master's legacy is still there. Master lives in my heart." Yang Kai looked at him and also smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Brother Yang, why are you looking for Master this time?" Zhai Yao asked. "It's nothing. It's just that I'm going to leave again, and I want Li Lao and Brother Zhai to come with me." "Enter the territory?" Zhai Yao narrowed his eyes. "That's right," Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao was silent. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Master raised me and taught me. My kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can't let him be here alone." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Zhai Yao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there's no need to say more. I've made up my mind." Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Kai could only sigh. With wine, he drank until he was drunk. At dawn, Zhai Yao was lying on the ground, snoring. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang found a simple grave on the peak of the mountain. After devoutly worshipping it and leaving some cultivation resources for Zhai Yao, they silently said goodbye. "Are we really leaving Brother Zhai there alone?" Xia Ningchang was still a little worried. "It's his own decision," Yang Kai responded faintly. But Xia Ningchang seemed to want to say something else. "It's not necessarily a bad thing. When you succeed in your cultivation one day, the world will be revitalized. Whether Brother Zhai leaves or not, it's the same." Xia Ningchang nodded, indicating that he understood. Chapter 1566. For example, to enter Shimmering Moon City, a monster race cultivator only needed to pay 3 mid-rank Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai had to pay 1 high-rank Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints. After paying 2 Saint Crystals, he entered the city with Xia Ningchang. The extremely spacious streets were large enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there would be human and monster race cultivator coming in and out, looking very busy. The owners of these shops were also very welcoming, trying to attract business for their shops. Along the way, Yang Kai found that most of the shops were run by human race cultivators. On the contrary, there were very few monster race cultivators. In terms of business, human race cultivators were obviously more talented than monster race cultivators. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. He found that on this monster star, there were many cultivation materials that were not available on Shadowed Star. This was a very normal thing. Every place or territory had its own unique products. Monster Star was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Here, the most common goods that appeared on the market were naturally monster beast body materials and monster core. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He had not expected that in a monster race city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monster beast. This made him very puzzled. After all, many monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Did they not have any sense of rejection? For example, in the cities of Shadowed Star, if someone sold human limbs or organs, no one would patronize them. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved. It was reasonable. Since monster beast business was so popular here, everyone must have become accustomed to it. What's more, not all monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Even the monster beast cultivator would kill other weaker monster beast cultivators and eat their flesh, devour their monster cores, strengthen themselves. Yang Kai looked around with interest. Junior brother, there are so many high-grade materials here. Xia Ningchang's eyes were shining. On Tongxian realm, she was limited by the grade of materials produced there, so she could not refine high-grade pills. But as soon as she came to Monster Star, it was like entering a huge treasure trove. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her want to buy them all and return to refined pills. Now that she had refined the star source of stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongxian realm were closely related to her, so Xia Ningchang could not wait to improve her strength. To her, concocting pills was a form of cultivation. Through concocting pills, she could increase her cultivation at a freakish speed. Unfortunately, we don't have many Saint Crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Xia Ningchang had taken a fancy to these materials, so did he. But most of the Saint Crystals he carried had been used up when Xia Ningchang refined the star source of stars, so what was left could only be used as a backup and could not be bought in bulk. Looking at Xia Ningchang's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly, but it doesn't matter if we buy some. The little senior sister suddenly smiled, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. The two immediately walked into a shop and began to check the goods, bargaining with the shop owner. Half a day later, Xia Ningchang's space ring had a lot of alchemy materials. Yang Kai also had a lot of herbs in his space ring, most of which were the ones he obtained from the floating continent and the Emperor Garden. The rest were things he had purchased on Shadowed Star.